team, good morning. And also to the audience that are present here in the NDOT conference room, Yate Bennett, and also to the listeners on the call, good morning. And welcome to our regular scheduled resources and development committee meeting for Wednesday, November the 29th, 2023. And we are here at Navajo Division of Transportation Conference Room. And again, I'd like to also thank the team here at NDOT for allowing RDC to utilize their conference room for our regular meetings. So with that, I call the meeting to order at 10:20 a.m. And if I could have Mr. Tommy please take roll call.
Madam Chair, members of Resource and Development Committee, this is roll call for Resource and Development Committee, the 25th Navajo Nations Council's regular meeting for Wednesday, November 29th, 2023 at 10 a.m. Roll call. Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson is present.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson.
I hear.
Honorable Danny Simpson is present. Honorable Otto So. Madam Chair, you have 4 members available who has constituted quorum for this regular meeting. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Tommy. Next, invocation, invocation by Honorable Chair Ness. If you can assist us with the invocation here for our meeting today.
Thank you for being with us. As we always do, we go to our Heavenly Father in prayer. And we ask for His blessings and His forgiveness and His guidance and His wisdom. So, so it's a name passing Kashina for the days on the sorting in order ailment. And Horn Hidigan God. Although you all trade and Hidigan Dini, what ego. Although the Shona go in a penny, which is spread. En an can do what ego in a better and hidden no a shenaway up our nation. It was not of our nation. And that I issue ben gently give our nation. I have upon hat in our open nation. In a ben and hint can issue or get what's something yet so the zenigi what ego. But a starry carton lean over open and hint can go. A short on today case or on today case that the door reaching over to Hans wishing that the door on today case or your echo. Yet they take that Ashmore and the one and it's on the Nahanan is door what something you saying. Groya, Chana, the clown to the Navy contain or the Arosani clinic, Robesh Master, and Betanacha, or RDC, no, non national alien, delegation, non national and the clinic in the change, Joya Teho, navigate it over, take it out, steady, clean over it. I don't hear his one zoning. I don't that he does cargo of his one law or Yachego. That we need to battle this, or can and one law arts for nothing deep response and then ended up President Nigel, Vice President Montoya, Chief Justice Joanne Jane. I don't hear that the arts for one law on the nation and arts on Havajina and then Nahachando. Para alcan lenin salam so arts what's the deals and niket one on hajina but oyoda need air and gendini niket one no around the arts which in hours and gendini on the way because there's child get on general song as not evans washing but something those other deal go in hours and gendini on now, Stanton Laro, Puntgavens, so, and the thought are and the Baggy Holoni, and the Aron Home, now Loshana, Artsworth, Arkanad and Lado, not certain Hitching, Arotodan, Lido, Michael, the cheese on Ken, that has teen on Ken, that the year, Art in the Ben National Everson, the Lido, I guess in the again. Confident that all content will actually on hearts and case we complete long. Ashmoran Kodon Kan together acquisition. A cat is that on very kitchen legi, Yatrevon, each one that had no on faction, the hot no local. Nancy Catalate, a shop, but Oyo, Nevada, any Tom needs and Ashmoran hit on the only so when change your body and you get the nation Jesus Christ payment.
Shania, our Lord for that prayer here this morning. I don't believe it's Father, yeah, I do not find many beneath me, Okum Kikena, Bagi, the Nebuchadnezzar, yeah. Next, I'd like to go ahead and allow opportunity right now for RDC members or legislative staff for any announcements at this time.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, and announcements is, there is another committee work session tomorrow on legislation 0130-23 that starts at 10 a.m. That'll be held at the council chambers. Then on December 4th and 5th, there is another work session on ARPA projects that'll be held at the council chambers. Also, Office of Legislative Council will be closed on the 4th and the 5th. RDC will have its regular meeting on Wednesday, December 6th at 10 a.m. and it'll be held here at INDOT. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that's my announcement.
Mr. Monty, for the announcements. Next, I'd like to go ahead and go down on the proposed agenda here before us. I'd like to go ahead and allow my colleagues of Resources and Development Committee to introduce themselves, and also we have some visiting guests here in the house that I believe that I'd like to allow opportunity to this morning to have these gentlemen introduce themselves. So it's time, Vice Chair Johnson.
Yeah, I'll tell you, very good morning, everybody. Shay, Casey Allen Johnson this year, my patient is commissioner, that's fine, that's all Russia's team. I'm on this check, send that to the commissioner, I live in the it's a very good shot. So the vice chair for RDC, 25th Nomination Council, just want to welcome everybody. I represent Cameron, Florence, Bonnie Lake, residents of Loop, District 3 and 5. So anybody from District 3 and 5 out there, good morning.
Jag recognize you share. Very tall, minute or enough, that's kind of one river that or one sun and sun or zay touching, but it change. Some of the say, oh, that's another area, honey. But then still a strong chapters, not she gave of that, it's a calm for the same one, it's just a need and all the scheme. But they need to, they not they are forward, yeah. To fool the little kite. From them, you have to be stopped, no competing suggestions, or get okay.
Arnold Simpson.
Yeah, they say they citizens. I'm not being sure. Go work on this. Out next thing 20, as he was general, I started at institute. I'll be HR when I tell you that permanent and easy, big value, right walk, Pacific, and then skis, say, we wanted to go cat, thank you, manager.
Thank you, Arnold Simpson, to my legislative services team.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Those online, those present, my name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kiani and Sanjikina. I'm originally from Steve, Arizona.
Good morning. One and all online and here in the room with us, J. Marianne, on the Donna and the city, he's a leading mission. The budget team, there, I work with the Office of Legislative Council and work with all of the 25th Nomination Council members and with the Resources and Development Committee. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members and grounds and attendants. My name is Eva Clinton, and I'm an attorney with the Office of Legislative Council.
Yeah, thank you, staff. Brenda Hastings Michelle, سنادي شلون فرجي ماشي أنا إذا شيء لو توه إذا شيء هذا فقط أياد أنا السنة شيء لو ما سنة شيء هذا شيء هو سو يدا هذا إيش شيء لو ديشتي هذا بيشواس أنا وش أنا شيء شيء شو هو شيء لو تيجي هذا إيوه ناشا. I represent the communities of St. Michael's, Spring Springs, and Pine Springs on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So again, thank you everyone that are present here, also to listeners on the call. Right now, I'd like to yield the floor over to some special guests that we have here present in the room. I believe that they do need the recognition. So three young gentlemen, I'd like to go ahead and allow opportunity this time for introduction.
شيء Aaron Spencer شيء نسبة إلى شيء كيان شيء تو تزكى أي بس شيء تو سدش بينه شيء no twenty now and here today I have Mr. Derek McGee, Mr. Eric Rogers here with me and we are representing WSR and Mrs. McGee right here. So here's Derek.
شيء here doing shit. They stated out by then a shot. Who's on this shit? She was just being watch it. There's another voice that doesn't say. We all the guys today and here with my sister Brittany, older sister. We're here with cousin
Yeah, David, Eric Rogers, here. Yeah, I'm tall, pressing question, and then they're talking about tonight. Tell you that, I go there and now I'm off the call. Thank you guys for letting me be part of this. We're here, here to support Brittany, we represent her and backing her, I guess. So thank you guys for hearing everybody listening online.
Again, thank you, gentlemen. I'd like to go ahead and give it to WSR representative.
Yakte Beneshe A Brittany Gay and she puts on the initial Odea she and Bucky team, Athena Becky, Off-Peter Dr. Thank you, Arizona Game and Shop, an agent with WSR Insurance, and I'm here to give a presentation today. I'm also here with my colleague, Judy and Kelly, all in the introduce themselves.
Thank you, RDC, for this, introduce ourselves. My name is David Kelly. I'm from California. And, glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. So next to NCUA.
OEC members, and everyone that's here, my name is Marvin Ashby. She had not put in there, she's in the team, but team. Not in they don't put it in another. Medical travel and tourism for definitely liaison for that. There's no not there. Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to the RDC Gregson, the regional manager with APS. I heard that Peter and I'm looking forward to all the cases and all everything around it. Going RDC, my son, we are the communications system. We'll be hearing all the.
That's a leadership on it. This is the manager of now the utility authority, which is the bottom section. Thank you. And those online, thank you again for this year.
Yeah, I forgot my brother, Honorable Yagnito.
Yeah, Jay, yeah, I'm on the survey, so maybe. Courtesy and to the chair, they got you carry on stuff, and then you get another agents. From that chapter and Utah Fire Transportation. We're here for our legislation, and we're on the tax free. I hope you guys support all of us. We're improving our highways. And one of the opportunities, then courtesy, CEO, son. She will come on, so you want to introduce yourself.
That thing, my name is, Emerson Tilden, Doctor, for, and although the bench, the couple, and she will, is determined, because she, the, on, should not get that, either the time, we should keep that, still we want to get it, but. Madam Chair, members of the RBC, good morning. I'm the Squire with Utah Department of Transportation. We're here supporting delegated veto. We're excited to be able to open the roads and Utah. Madam Chair, with the RBC, my name is Kurt Dornoff, working with the Utah Department of Transportation. I'm the Deputy Director of support, and appreciate you having us.
Good morning, I'm Ron Black, and I'm the Assistant Attorney General for the Police Department. Supervisor, creating budget team, president. I'm originally from, Hugo. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. I'm back. Danny Kennedy, the Urban Municipal Division Director, Community Development, for the chief, is small, on in the state. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mitchell. We also have, from Office of the Speaker, Mr. Ohio Davis, who is our media representative there with Office of the Speaker. So again, good morning, everyone, and I'll allow my Yaj Archibald Otterso to introduce himself.
Good morning. The, also, shit. Remember, like chair, Casey Johnson. What I normally call the Casey do. Then, say, Honorable, Ines, Ines, well, I mean, I should not ask for staff. Then, since staff, really, their funds, from the community around. The really roads have been big, so. We need that, they really.
Yes, Yaj. So with that, with those introductions, I'd like to go ahead and go, to item number 3 on the proposed agenda. Reviewing and approving the agenda, members of Resource and Development Committee, may I give a motion?
Madam Chair.
Oh. Mr. Tyler?
Oh, okay, for the record. Okay, sorry.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee of the 25th Nominations Council's regular meeting for Wednesday, November 29, 2023 at 10 a.m. Presiding, Honorable Brenda Seuss, Chairperson, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, Vice Chairperson, Location Nomination Division of Transportation and Via Telecommunication. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, and location announcements. 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving the journal, November 8, 2023 regular meeting. 5, receiving a report from the Division of Community Development, Division of Economic Development on the American Rescue Plan Act project update. B, report from Navajo Tribal Utility Authority on NQA power line projects approved. T, tribal access authorization without waivers. C, report from Rath, Scarlett, and Rudolph WSR Insurance Service Inc. on their pasture range and forest policy on livestock owners on a trust land for crop year 2024. D, report from Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, Navajo Nation Land Department, and General Land Development Department on NQA Curling Valley Waste Water Plant Project. 6, old business legislation at number 0131-23 and action relating to Resource and Development Committee approving the grant of right of way to the Utah Department of Transportation for the construction, operating, and maintenance of Highway SR 162 from Montezuma Creek to Anna, located on Navajo Nation Trust land in Anna Chapter, San Juan County, Utah, and waiving the requirements of bond insurance and an alternative form of security base pursuant to Title 25 Code of Federal Regulations, Section 169103 F2, sponsor Honorable Curtis Unito. 7, new business legislation number 0251-23 and action relating to Resource and Development and Budget Finance Committee, accepting the internal audit of Gadia Tobacco chapter and approving the chapter's proposed corrective action plan, sponsor Honorable Amber Kidness, party co-sponsor Honorable Andy Nez. B, approving a leadership meeting with U.S. Department of the Interior Bureau of Reclamation and Navajo Department of Water Resources Water Management Branch on the Navajo Nation's USBR consultation on the Colorado River Management Plan Supplemental Environmental Impact Statement for Friday, December 8th, 2023 at 1 p.m. to be held virtual. C, approving to change the Resource and Development Committee's regular meeting time and location on Wednesday, December 20th, 2023 at 10 a.m. from Window Rock, Arizona area to Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort near Flagstaff, Arizona at 9 a.m. 8, close the meeting announcements and adjournment. Madam Chair, members have already stated that as the closed agenda read into the record.
Yeah, Mr. Connie. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, I hear a motion. Vice Chair Johnson and second by Honorable Otto. Members of Resources and Development Committee, we currently have meeting number 4 deletions. Honorable Chair Nez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee, I'd like to make a motion for Amendment 1. To the agenda. I believe, I don't think we got an email from Mr. Tahi, our advisor, to add 2 items to new business, which would be D, approving a work session and in executive session to discuss a proposal on land exchange for land of equal value owned by Navajo Nation for Monday, December 18th at 9:00 a.m. at Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort. And then under D, new business, we will add a work session. We're going to approve a work session on legislation 0221-23, which is almost later's legislation. The work session will be with the Arcadian Infocomm representatives, the Navajo Nation Communications Regulatory Commission, and the Navajo Department of Justice for Tuesday, December 19th at 9:00 at Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort. And my motion will also include moving new business under number 5 after journals. And what we'll do is after that, we will go to, after the new business, we'll go down to receiving reports and hear the old business class. So that will be my motion for Amendment 1, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair Nez, with motion for amendment number 1 to add to new business item number 7, letter D, approving executive session for land exchange to be held on December the 18th at 9 a.m. at Twin Arrows Resort. Item letter 7E 0221-23 legislation sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Slater work session with Arcadian Infocomm. And who did you say broadband office? Telecommunications?
Telecommunications and Department of Justice.
Telecommunications and Navajo Department of Justice.
Communications office as well as the commissioners.
Okay, the commissioners as well. Okay. With the commissioners to telecommunications, Navajo Department of Justice on December the 19th at 9 a.m. at Twin Arrows Resort. And also to put the new business after item number 4, which will be the new item number 5. And I believe those will be only amendments you requested, right?
Also within my motion for Amendment 1, honorable members of RDC is report under report C. I'd like to move C up to A and move everything down from there. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, with this particular amendment as well, is to renumber receiving reports, which is item number 5, where currently item letter C is now going to be item letter A, and the other ones will be C, D, and C, or B, C, and D. So we can go ahead and make those changes. So with that, Members of Resource and Development Committee, we have that as amendment number one, a motion by Honorable Chair Nez, may I get a second? Vice Chair Johnson. Members of RDC, is there any questions on amendment number one? Going once, going twice. So with that, Mr. Parker, would you please take a roll call vote on amendment number one?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for amendment number one, adding item D and E to new business, moving item 7, new business to number 5, rearranging reports, moving C to A, and the corresponding letters down. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Sullivan, Nez, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Kwame. So with that, we do have an amendment to our proposed agenda. Now going back to the motion on the agenda, do we have any additional comments or deletions, additions to make at this time? Honorable also.
Yes, Donna, I had a conversation with an individual, Carl, working with a private law firm company that is working with the USDA. The settlement happened with the USDA client. The Native Americans were with not granted loans. There was a class action settlement happening pertaining to who must be settled. So I will get Ryan that information, and I think that we need to get that on the agenda so that we can get that information out to the right groups that have there in the harvest. And the farmers really like what was known, Native Americans were non-approved. And with that, we were told that to use and so forth, whether it's for farming and for ranching. So there was a settlement that happened, and there's about, I think it was 500,000 over the settlement happening. So just to get more information, she's supposed to come back today to bring brochures so that we can add them on to, or we can have that information to add them on to the next RDC agenda so that we can try to get the proper information out to the tourism official. They're saying that the local change from the nation at the local level. And, my take is, one now we should part of agriculture, and we know how much influence and how much public awareness they are bringing to the grazing officers and to the farm board members and to the Eastern Land Board members. So this is something that it's a discrimination lawsuit that happened. So yeah, just so that you guys are just go back so we can get that and those individuals on the community civic in the next meeting. I believe will be
Next week, that's where we have the meeting at this week. Oh, it's gonna be here.
so, yes, it is that just to hear that. And the reason is that one of the ranchers are not applying for those that settlement. And they are talking about it. So we were not at the fairs, bringing public awareness, but they're not applying. So that's the key by. So yeah.
Richard, thank you, Honorable also. So technically, this is not an amendment to add an item to this particular agenda to today's meeting, right? It's going to be just for next Resource Development Committee. Okay, yeah, Honorable also. So with that, any other additions or deletions to the agenda here for us? Members of RDC going once, going twice. With that, Mr. Connie, would you please take roll call vote and make motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for approving The agenda, Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you for that, Mr. Pai. So with that, we do have an approved agenda for the meeting here today. So going on to item number 4, receiving and approving journals. We do have November the 8th, 2023 regular meeting agenda, or journals. And we do have a motion by Honorable Chair Ness. We have to get a second.
Second.
Honorable Simpson. Thank you, gentlemen. And with that, members of RDC, do we have any questions on the journals that were emailed out by Mr. Tahi, I believe was last Friday? Going once, going twice. With that, Mr. Tahi, would you please take roll call vote?
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for reviewing and approving the journal for November 8, 2023. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tahi. So going on to the new item number 5, new business, letter A, legislation 0251-23. Do we have Honorable Trotty or Honorable Dr. Andy Nez present here? Going once, going twice. With that, this legislation will be deferred to next meeting. Item letter B, approving a leadership meeting with the United States Department of Interior Bureau recommendations on the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources Management grant on the Navajo Nation. USBR consultation on the Colorado River Management Plan supplemental environmental impacts statement for Friday, December the 8th at 1:00 p.m. to be held virtual. Members of Resource Development Committee, may I get a motion for this leadership meeting? Honorable Augusto, may I get a second? May I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Danny Simpson. Thank you, gentlemen. Do we have any questions on this leadership meeting that we're going to be having with Department of Interior, the Bureau of Reclamation, and also Water Resources Management Branch with the Navajo Nation, which is under the Department of Natural Resources? And again, this is just to get a understanding of the impact study statement that was done and how the nation is going to be moving forward. Questions going once, going twice. With that, Mr. Tyler, would you please take roll call vote for this leadership meeting?
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for items 5 of B, approving a leadership meeting with U.S. Department of the Interior, Bureau of Reclamation, Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources, Water Management Act. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
The motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Tahi. So with that, motion carries. And on to item letter C, approving to change the Resources Development Committee regular meeting time and location on Wednesday, December the 20th, 2023 at 10 a.m. from Winter Rock, Arizona area to Twin Arrows, Navajo Casino Resort near Flagstaff, Arizona at 9 a.m. Members of Resources Development Committee, I get a motion to change the regular meeting date to Tuesday. Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second? Honorable Chair Nance. Thank you, gentlemen. So with that, members of RDC, do we have any questions as to why we're changing it again? Office of the Speaker has sent out a notification to the 25th Navajo Nation Council as well as to the legislative branch staff that we're going to be having a luncheon and recognition of our employees and also council. So for that reason, we decided to go ahead and bump up the meeting time and then also change the location to Flagstaff, Arizona. So do we have any questions about this? Going once, going
Honorable Chair Ness.
Did we put this, time for?
Yes, it will be changed to 9.
Yes, it is being changed to 9 p.m. Should I?
Madam Chair?
So Connie?
Madam Chair, members of RDP, just for clarification, I might have misheard, but did you say for Tuesday or? It's supposed to be for Wednesday,
Okay, so for Wednesday,
Wednesday at 9 a.m.
yes.
So my apologies if I confused everyone here. It's going to be for Wednesday. Initially, we have our meetings at 10 a.m., but it's going to be at 9. Location is changing from Winter Rock to Twin Arrows Casino Resort. No, it'll be at 9.
Wednesday.
The event starting at 11. So we figured we have a 2-hour time slot.
By law, it's 10 o'clock, right? RDC,
We can change the time.
So
so we can call it a special meeting rather than RDC meeting?
What is your position on that, legal counsel?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, RDC can approve it to change the time, location, with approval from RDC and the speaker. We're just changing the time. We're keeping the date per Title II that requires RDC to have their meeting on Wednesday. So we're just moving up the times from 10 a.m. to 9 a.m. and changing the location with approval.
Okay. So with that, we do have consensus by our legal counsel confirmation, so we're gonna go ahead and change the time from 10 to 9.
Those are not open in are we clear as mud? Or clear as water? Yeah, so with that, Mr. Tony, could you please take roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is approving the change of the resources regular meeting time and location for Wednesday, December 20th at 10 a.m. to Twin Arrows Naval Casino Resort, and it will start at 9 a.m. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, thank you. With that motion carries. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to my honorable colleague, Honorable Claude, for introduction. Jason.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm gonna wish you all a belated happy Thanksgiving and hope all of you enjoy time with your family. My name is Shauna Enclaw and I am the delegate for Chinle. My plans are and thank you to our presenters, our special guests, the national final rodeo qualifiers. I get to see you online, so very nice to see you and meet you. And thank you for being an inspiration to our young ranchers as well as the farmers, and then those that are also competing in the rodeo industry. So thank you.
Cash, Asian.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Con?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to cite for the record the particular sections of Title II and the Senate committee rules that allow the committee to request from the speaker change of location from the Wind Rock area and time from the usual 10 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Provisions in the code for the Resources and Development Committee, and that is Title II, Section 183A allows for the Speaker of the Navajo Nation to move a change of location within the Navajo Nation, and the rules, standing committee rules, rule number 4 allows for the speaker to allow for the committee resources and development committee to move their meeting from 10 o'clock to 11. In this case, it's 9 o'clock. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Khan, for that, confirmation. So with that, I believe we are on the right track with item letter P. Now, going on to item letter 7D, approving a work session in executive session to discuss the proposal on land exchange for land of equal value owned by the Navajo Nation for Monday, December 18 at 9 AM at Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort or local Navajo vicinity. So with that, members of Resource Development Committee, I get the motion. Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second? May I get a second, members of RDC? Honorable Chair Hannah, thank you, gentlemen. So with that, Resource Development Committee, do we have any questions on this particular work session that is going to be the executive session in regards to land exchange? No questions, going once, going twice, Mr. Tony, would you please take roll call vote?
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for items 5D, approving a work session in executive session for Monday, December 18, 2023 at 9 AM at Twin Arrows Casino Resort or local Navajo vicinity. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Tommy. So with that, motion carries. On to item number 7, letter D, approving a work session on legislation 0221-23 with Arcadian Infocom, Navajo Nation Telecommunications Regulatory Commission and Office, and the Navajo Nation Department of Justice for Tuesday, December the 19th, 2023 at 9 AM at Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort or local Navajo vicinity. Members of RDC, may I get a motion? Vice Chair Johnson and second by Honorable Otto. Members of RDC, do we have any questions on this particular work session for legislation 0221-23 that is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Slater? Going once, going twice, with that, Mr. Prime, would you please take roll call vote?
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for approving a work session on legislation number 0221-23 with Arcadia Infocom and other individuals for Tuesday, December 19, 2023 at 9 AM. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you for that, and motion carries. And going on further on the agenda, item number 6, review reports, letter A, report from, I don't know if I'm going to pronounce this right, Word, Scarlett and Randolph, WSR Insurance Services, Inc. on their pasture, rangeland, and forage PRF policy for livestock owners on Navajo Trust for crop year 2024. We do have presenter Ms. Brittany Gay, who is the agent for WSR Insurance Services, Inc. And I believe it's also Mr. Dugan. Okay. So you can have a seat here and we will allow you 20 minutes for your report. So Rodney, we want to get it set up. So Rodney is our IT person too as well. So this is your handouts, right? Which you all provided.
Yes, and then we also emailed the PowerPoint.
Okay.
presentation, or Ron used to.
Okay, all right, so members of the Resource and Development Committee, the PowerPoint presentation will be sent via email as a soft copy, so we'll go ahead and wait for that from Mr. Totten. So it's kind of like to go ahead and do it before order to the presenters.
First off, I'd like to thank the honorable members of the RDC committee for allowing us to present our company as well as our proposed policy for the 2024 crop year. I'm here with my colleague Judy Kelly, who's our numbers specialist, as well as a few of our ambassadors that represent WSR insurance. My name is Brittany Gay. I'm an agent with WSR Insurance. I've been working with WSR for almost 4 years now. I'm a member of the Navajo Nation. I was born and raised in St. Delphi, Arizona, and that's where I currently reside. I received my bachelor's of science degree in business administration from Arizona State University. And I'm currently the only Navajo woman agent who writes PRS policies. And I will let my colleagues begin.
Thank you, members of the RDC to let us present. My name is Dugan Kelly. I'm out of Paso Robles, California. I went to Cal Poly State University in San Luis Obispo, and then went on to have a rodeo career, making the national final 7 times in Aquila. And this is where I met all these little champions over here, and Brittany Gay. So Brittany and I have gone back for 10 or 15 years. I can't remember when we first met, but here in the last 6 years, I've been selling PRF policies, and in the last 3 years, Brittany and I have been working together on trust land and tribal ground and grazing associations on the tribal ground.
A little bit about WSR. WSR stands for Ray Scarlett and Randolph Insurance Services. It was formed in 1917 and it is based out of Northern California. With over 100 years of experience, in the insurance industry, WSR prides itself on its customer service. This has earned us a 99% retention rate in our customers. At WSR, we are a one-stop shop for all of your agricultural products. We offer a range of agricultural products from pasture fire to PRF to livestock risk protection, and as well as individual crop commodities. WSR has been providing crop insurance since 1985, since the start of the crop insurance products. Today, we are going to go over PRF insurance. PRF stands for Pasture Rangeland and Forest Insurance. WSR has been specializing in the pasture rangeland and forest insurance since the program started in 2013. That is 10 years of experience in this program. A little bit about PRF. PRF is a USDA subsidized program that was created to help ranchers when they receive below their average rainfall. So when they receive below their average rainfall, they do not get the forage to support their livestock. So what the USDA does is they pay them an indemnity check to support their livestock through feed or any other needs that they may have. Ranchers receive a payment when their average rainfall is below their historical average. These are the 4 main parts of PRF insurance. They all work together to, it all works together, part of the program. So you have grids, coverage levels, intervals, and rainfall data. We're going to go a little bit into detail on each of these items to give you an overview of the PRF program. So here is an example of a grid. The whole United States is split up into grids. They're approximately 12 by 17 miles wide. And depending on where your grazing area lies, those are the grids that you are eligible to insure. Here are all of the Navajo Nation's contiguous grids Currently, the Navajo Nation has 125 contiguous grids in Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. Not pictured are the non-contiguous grids. That would be the Whispering Ranch in Colorado, as well as in New Mexico, you have Alamo, Tajadale, and Rama. So depending on, we have all of these grids that you're available to insure, but with the PRF program, you're not required to insure all of these grids. What we do is we go and look at every single grid because each grid has its own historical rainfall data. And we select the best grids that have shown to pay the most indemnities over the past 15 years. So that's how we select the grids for the Navajo Nation. And then within these grids, there's different tribal land status. So the predominantly it's going to be trust land, and trust land is currently the majority of what the Navajo Nation insures on behalf of its people. Allotted land is not allowed to be insured because it is owned by the individual members and it is held in trust for them. So they would be allowed to insure it for themselves. And then this is all of the, according to the Navajo Land Department on their website since 2015, these are all of the eligible acres for trust land. Right now, there's about 14 million acres in trust land. We cannot insure all of it because we can only insure the grazable acres. So that would exclude roads, cities, towns, houses, whatnot, anywhere that's not grazable by livestock. And then, of course, you can't insure any allotted lands.
So you asked, how is rainfall measured? So NOAA has over 9,000 rain gauges throughout the United States. And they've been gathering rainfall data for the last 75 years. So when you have a grid, they will use 4 of the closest rain gauges that are to the center of that grid. And they will have a mathematical equation to average those gauges out and dilute it by mileage to the center of the grid to come up with the amount of rainfall for that area. And then what is an interval? An interval is a 60-day period that you can insure its average rainfall in. There are 11 intervals that you can insure. You can choose, you have to at least choose 2 intervals, but you can choose up to all the intervals. The rule is, in one grid, you cannot insure the same month twice. So if you had one grid that you insured January and February, you could not insure February, March in that exact same grid. But you could use the grid right next to it to insure February, March, and then March, April on this one, April, May, the one next to it. And when you put the 2 grids together, now we have coverage throughout the whole year. We're not leaving any of the intervals out.
There are several different coverage options that you're allowed to select with the PRF program. So as you can see in this image here, that would be your average rainfall. You're not allowed to cover 100% of your average rainfall. The coverage levels range from 70 to 90%. And here's an example of an 85% coverage level. And then we'll go into a little more detail in a little bit on which coverage level you select determines your subsidy. So another question we get all the time is, when do we receive lost payments? So lost payments are triggered when your rainfall data comes in below your elected coverage level. So this image here is an example of one grid in the month of July and August of this year. The red orange line on top is the historical average. So for July, August, your historical average is 2.71 inches. And then the yellow line would be your elected coverage level, which would be 85%. So, and then the blue line is your actual rainfall that you received for July, August. So anytime this blue line is below the yellow line, is when you would receive a lost payment. Okay, now to go over a little bit about subsidy and why it is important. The PRF program is subsidized by the USDA, and it was created to help ranchers, because ranching can be a very unpredictable, industry with market conditions and weather affecting profitability. Depending on which coverage level you select, it determines the amount of subsidy that your policy would receive. So at an 85% coverage level, the subsidy would pay 55% of the total premium. And the higher coverage level you would choose at 90%, it would only pay 51% of the total premium. A lot of times,
So you may ask, how is our premium less than other competitors? Well, first off, you have coverage levels. You can choose from 70 to 90% of your average rainfall. 85% is the sweet spot where it takes the most advantage of the subsidy at the highest level of coverage. The other option is interval selection. So if we were just to pick 3 or 4 of the driest intervals throughout the year and put most of our coverage in those intervals are going to cost us more money per acre than another interval. And the reason being is the carrier is at more risk to have to pay you. So that premium per acre is going to cost you more. So by diversifying your coverage throughout the whole year, your premium will actually be cheaper per acre. The next deal is exclusive software. So we have an exclusive computer program that has 75 years of historical data in it. And we look at each grid, each interval, what all these grids look like together, and what this policy, we can build a policy and say, this is what it looks like on a long term with it all together. We go to experience. WSR has been selling crop insurance since 1980. We've been signing people up on PRF policies since the beginning in 2013. Currently, we have 22 agents that specialize just in PRF policies, and we manage over 250 or 2,500 policies per year on PRF. So when we look at our policies in the Southwest, we've noticed that there's a dry period at some point throughout the year consistently. And the only thing that is consistent that every year is completely different. So WSR, what is our recommended coverage? So we've looked at all those grids. We've chosen 13 of the best grids that have historically consistently paid an indemnity. We would recommend moving your coverage to 85% coverage level to take most advantage of the subsidy. We would insure every interval, and we would spread your coverage out across all intervals. We have an equal amount of coverage in every interval. This would give you a lower cost premium. Historically, this policy has paid for itself and gives you an indemnity consistently. It's an effective risk management tool to protect you against lack of rainfall, and you're not betting on Mother Nature.
So here is a graph of WSR's policy compared to your current insurance provider, since the Navajo Nation has been in the program since 2017. As you can see with our policy, these are all net indemnities, so we would have paid off your premium every single year, including in 2019, where you actually had to pay almost $7 million towards your premium. This is the type of policy we like to create for our ranchers. It's a safe, comprehensive policy, which allows each rancher to at least receive something every year. And then this is just a summary of the last page. Since you guys been in the program, you have received about $95 million in net indemnities, and with WSR, you would have received approximately $142 million in net indemnities which would be a difference of about $47 million for the past 5 years. And like we said, the way we set up our policies, where our premium is usually lower, and currently in 2023, with your current insurance provider, your estimated premium is about 20 million. And with WSR, it would be 14.5 million, which would leave you with a difference of $5.6 million. I know you're wondering, why is there such a big difference in net benefits? Of course, because our premium is a lot lower, the premium gets paid off faster at $5 million less. So the renter actually receives, indemnities faster when the premium is paid off faster. As agents, we receive commission based on the amount of premium that, our client, receives. So, a higher premium would mean a bigger commission for us. But we like our renters to at least pay off their premium every year, so we like to keep the cost low for them. And then, of course, we're not betting on intervals, with all the volatile weather patterns, climate change, and other factors. It makes it difficult to predict the weather patterns nowadays, so we just like to spread the coverage throughout the whole year. And of course, we have our exclusive software range count, which allows us to see the rainfall data over the past 75 years. And it helps us make informed decisions on your policy. And then, we just like to be consistent with our policy. We don't like to change coverage from year to year. We like to keep everything, across the board, and that allows us to maximize our benefits. Here's an example of your current insurance provider, where they place your coverage compared to WSR in the blue on how we like to place our coverage throughout the whole year. As you can see, we spread out our coverage all throughout the year and we make sure we cover every single interval throughout the year. And for your current policy in May and June, you actually have 26% of your coverage, as well as October, November, you also have 21% of your coverage. And in July through September, you have very little, with actually none in August, September. And then this next slide, it'll give you a little look into how that would work. So in May and June, where you have 26% of your coverage, you're only insuring 0.65 inches of rainfall. So you could get one big storm and that could wipe out that whole percentage of coverage in that interval. Compared to July and August, where you have no coverage and the historical average is 2.71 inches. So it's almost, or it is 2 inches more. So this interval here would take a lot more storms to get past that yellow line compared to this one here. And these are the actual results for this year for May and June. As you can see, in May and June, we got a lot of precipitation. So that blue line actually went over the historical average. And then July and August, we had a really dry monsoon season this year. So that blue line actually stayed under the coverage level and the historical average. And that's how we paid off a lot of our renters' policies this year, was because of the dry monsoon season. Here are your actual results for this year. Like I said, the beginning of the year was really wet, so you didn't receive as much indemnity. So as you can see where it says January, February, and the bottom line says total, that would be how much indemnity you would receive. So you would have paid off your premium at the end of July, I believe. And then from there is when you would have started receiving net benefits. So our premium right now for this year is at 14.5 million. And your year-to-date total losses is 23 million, which would leave you a net indemnity of 9 million after October. And then you would still have $22 million left of coverage for October, November, and November, December. And then these are just examples of the reports that we send after each interval. We like to keep our customers updated after every single interval, so we send out these reports starting on, March 3rd is when you would receive your first report, and this is just an example. The first one is, a more simple, report, and then we can actually go into more detail. So you can actually see which day of the interval you received rainfall. And then, of course, this one would be the cumulative average for that interval. And in a summary of our policy, your premium would be approximately 14.5 million. That's ensuring 12 million acres of trust land. And your total out-of-pocket cost for the past 15 years would have been $0. Your average net would have been approximately 25 million, and your total net for the past 15 years would be $384 million. Here's a few highlights to the PRF program. It is a USDA subsidized program. It's not drought insurance. You're allowed to insure the entire year. You have the ability to change your coverage level, the number of acres you want to insure. You do not have to insure all of your acreage. And then, of course, you don't have to measure any rainfall in your area. Only the NOAA stations are allowed to collect the data. And then, it's a year-to-year contract. So every year, we sign up our ranchers starting on September 1st. And then these are some important dates for the PRF program. The sales closing date is on Friday, December 1st. And it would start the policy for next year on January 1st, and that would end on December 31st. And the premium billing due date is September 1st. With WSR, our main priority is our clients. We like to listen to their goals and concerns and create safe, comprehensive, and sustainable policies for them. We talk to them and listen to their client's budget. We make sure we send out reports every single month on what rainfall was actually measured. And then we also monitor the NOAA weather stations to make sure that the data is fair and accurate. And then, of course, we like to stay up with the latest changes on the PRF program and support the Navajo agriculture community. Here are a few of our current clients on trust land. Barkay Ranches is actually a tribal entity on trust land. And then we have a few grazing associations on the White Mountain Apache tribe, as well as an individual rancher on the Gila River tribe. And then we also have a Navajo Nation rancher, Christopher Stewart in Tohajale. And then, for WSR, our Navajo agriculture industry is very important to us, which is why we support our Native athletes. We believe that there are an inspiration to our youth, and our youth is going to be the one that is going to carry on this agriculture legacy for the Navajo tribe, whether that's raising livestock or competing in rodeos, any of those sorts of activities. And then here's a bit of contact information if you want to go to our website or any of our social media platforms. And then we also are Navajo Nation Corporation Act certified, which allows us to do business on the Navajo Nation. And then here are all of my current licenses in New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado, and Utah. And then now we'll open it up to any questions that anyone may have or comments.
And members of, again, thank you, Ms. Gay, for your report. And also, who did for your report as well. Members of Resources Development Committee, at this time, I know that we have the three individuals here that are present. I don't know who wants to allow opportunity for them to speak at this time. I'll go to the young gentlemen. I don't know if all of you, Vice Chair.
There's a mic right there.
Okay, there's a mic there. Press that button. It should turn green when we're.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the rest of our team. Thank you for giving us allowing us the time to give a presentation, on this. And, again, my name is Aaron Sinjin from Sioux City, Arizona. And, along with our agent and the three of us sitting here, you know, we're born and raised here on the Navajo Nation. And, we grew up here just like anybody else. And this is where our career started, right here. Our career started, you know, I think if we look back on it, we had the hardest start. Because I remember when we started, we had a single cab pickup with a 1987 horse trailer with nothing but full of horses in it. And that's where we started from, with a dream. And back then, all we watched team roping on was TV. And at that time, it was unreachable and untouchable to go through and do the things we have done in the rodeo industry. And I know a lot of people say, you know, you guys are lucky and you guys get to do all this cool stuff, but you know, there's a lot of hard work involved with it. You know, just like an NBA basketball player or anybody else like that, you know, we have to work day to day at this. And a lot of late night drives, you know, most of the time by ourselves. And we put our families through negligence because we're gone 8 months out of 12 months. And we leave them at home, and we gotta put food on the table, we gotta pay our bills, and you know, they get it harder than anybody. But this is not new with WSR. We've been standing at the door, at the nation's front door, since 2020. We've been knocking on the door, and we've been trying to get some work, from executive side and legislative side. And, so far, we've hit a brick wall. I don't know how many times, and we've been in front of RDC. I think this is maybe the third or fourth time. And, we got pretty good, you know, legit numbers to help us, I think. And so we're not only standing here for ourselves, we're lucky to meet these people throughout our lives, whether it's sponsorships or companies or anything like that. And we're lucky to come across a company that wants to help us. And when our rodeo careers are over, you know, that's when it's really going to take effect. So that's why we're standing here in front of you guys. We've been trying to push this. Ms. Brigade here, you know, it's hard for her to come in by herself and go against the nation. That's the way I look at it, just because of the experiences I've had, with everyone here. And, so I'm not only speaking on our behalf, but I'm speaking on the rest of the Navajo tribe, the children's behalf, is who I'm speaking for also, because if we did knock down this wall, you know, just imagine if they came in here to try to get a job, how hard it is for them and what they gotta go through. And we're 100% Navajo sitting here in front of you guys. We're not standing behind, there's not a Vilagana man standing here trying to ask you guys for anything. And we get the benefits off of this. And that is why we are standing here in front of you guys. And, so, you know, we're not only helping ourselves, we're gonna help the next generation. And, again, when we started, we didn't have anything. All we had was the teachings from the sheep camp. And I believe we are the last generation of the old teachings. The three of us right here. We are the last generation of the old teachings. And after this, you see it start to decline. And that's all we have. That's what's brought us this far. And, so again, I want to, thank you guys for giving us the time to speak. And, I do believe there was we submitted a bid last year, 2022. And what I didn't understand was the bid happened in 2022 for 2024. And we submitted our bid and here I got the bid process on how everything happened. And, you guys can go ahead and read through this. And it had I guess you call it an RFQ, is that what you call it, that goes in the newspaper? That RFP, that went out in the newspaper, and based off of that, that's how we turned our results in. And then, the second page has the, committee that was put together to go ahead and make the selection on who they selected. And, I felt like we did everything in our power and everything that was asked of. And, the one thing, we're not only trying to get work here on our nation, but we go to, other tribes as well. And the first thing they tell us is, you're inexperienced. You don't have the knowledge. And the same company that's keeping us out of this right here is the same company that, works for those tribes. So it's the same word getting around, you don't have experience. It doesn't matter, we work with the same, it doesn't matter if you work with a rancher or a tribe, it's the same paperwork at the end of the day. The same, everything that happens after, after you sign up your ranch, everything's the same. And, like I said, when we started, we had a single cab pickup and a little trailer, not knowing, we knew we had a goal, that's it. And just like the rest, the rest of the nation, when you're in a job for the first time, you don't know what you're getting yourself into. But you have to start somewhere. And I feel like us personally telling RDC here, we are experienced as anyone. If we can bring the numbers, we showed up there on the board, and then they're pretty legit. I think we're just experienced as anybody. So, thank you guys for the time here and to speak in front of you guys. Thank you. And here's Derek.
Thank you guys for allowing my sister. She did a pretty good job. I'm kind of proud of her. This is what they call business relationships. We'll help you, you help me. This is what they call like putting my name on the line. I'm always been just a guy of word of mouth. I like to stay out of the offices, and I don't like to be in these kind of situations. But I came here to support my sister. I came here to support this company, and we want you guys to give us a chance. It feels like I've been a lot of places. I've met a lot of people. I've been involved in a lot of big companies, and it feels like if I ever need help, I can call anyone, and they'll say, "Okay, we're ready to go. We're ready to do." So I'm just that type of guy, and this company is that kind of type of company. We're willing to do whatever we can, and like I said, I'll put my name on the line. So I just want to say that, and just give us a chance, and we'll do whatever we can. We'll communicate, we'll work together, we'll do whatever we can physically on our part, whether it's
whatever support, however trying to teach, however trying to connect people with not just through the insurance, but through other companies, whether it's construction, whatever, it's all kinds of stuff, and there's a lot of good people out there until like I know it. And I just want to connect everybody, where everybody works together and everybody does a good job, and I'm proud to stand up here with these guys, and it's easy for me to say it. I got a passion for it, and it makes me feel good. I'll walk out of these doors, like I did my part, so thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. I can see you letting us come up here and talk and stand up on Brittany's behalf. What a good presentation, Brittany. Thank you for that. I'm Eric, Aaron and Derek. We all grew up together, as Aaron said. We all had a dream. It was tough to leave the res. It was, there's a video clip everybody keeps talking about. 2005 was our first year off the reservation. Big lights. Dugan's been there several times. I think he went in to be a 5 1 year. And they're like, man, you were just skinny. Yeah, it was hard times on the reservation. We got off the res and here we are. We fought and we got to where we want to be. These guys right here, we pushed each other. Derek started it, Aaron, and me, and we all been there. And to see Brittany come up here and do a presentation and in front of the RDC board here, it's pretty cool to see her step up and do something as a business to give Native Americans a chance. And for her to do that, I'm very proud to know her and be around her. So, and all we're asking for is a fair chance. Fair chance at a job opportunity and work for anybody that is out here trying to get off the res, move on, come back and give back to the community. I do the same. Like Aaron said, we're gone 8 months out of the year, out of 12 months, but I come back in October and do a roping. Not only do a roping, but give back for the community, the kids. I do a dummy roping once a year. So me to give back to the kids here on the res and show them light that there is opportunity off the res, because it's hard to get off the res to go do what we do. Nowadays it's expensive. You can get by with a little bit back then. Now it's even more. Price inflation, everything else gone out the roof. So it's a little hard to get these kids off the res and go. So this year I did a deal with the kids that won the dummy roping. Let's give them opportunity to come to the Rainbow National Finals. There's gonna be 2 kids that come with me, and Aaron came and Derek came to the roping and showed what we do out there. So I'm pretty excited to have these kids come with me to show them the opportunity off the res that you can make it, give them. So that's what we're here today to support Brittany, but all of that to support Native businesses out here to give back to the reservation. But yes, thank you guys for letting us speak here and just give us a fair chance. We sure appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, gentlemen. So with that, members of Resource and Development, we would like to request for a motion to accept the report from the presenters here. Honorable Ness. Motion, and we have Vice Chair Johnson, second. So members of Resource and Development Committee, do we have any questions or comments for the presenters that presented here this morning? Shiash?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Steve. There's good morning. Presentation. Madam Chair, it's very exciting. I think it's a good presentation. And I'm not sure. I think we have a deadline instead of push. And how this whole session was done. And I think RSD has to know how the selection is done to meet the deadline. Instead of push, I know the proposal. The deadline is 29. And I know you've had a problem, to me, as the elder, is to remember the party seat, and I like to know how the session is done. And I believe we have to go to executive session, we have to be done through executive session, and I believe that the total people need to be here. I'm not sure, I think you guys plan, of the city council. How can we pursue, and obviously how can we go about to get information on how this whole session is done. It's just me concerning, because I see one being on the council, in the council over here. I've seen some things that how maybe certain entity was selected. And I really want to know it's how if this was a fair selection. You know, that came out in the approved, made their bids, those, their proposals. So it's, I'm sitting here listening and going back thinking about 8 or 9 months, thinking about how these went about and the current selection. The current entity that has been selected. I'm trying to be very careful on that, sure, not to go off of saying wrong thing and legal consequences on that. So I get my if we're in the right order. I'm not sure how the city council can like us to go on to the process. And that's a big question. I'm trying to be very careful what I say. I'd like to have a call to the council, guys, that here.
Honorable Simpson, in regards to your concern as to how this election was conducted, whether the Navajo Nation procurement process was abided by, and also I see the information that was provided by Mr. Sitnarji on page 2, who the selection or the committee was. So again, I know that from historical experience that these types of big bid opening process are supposed to include Navajo Nation business regulatory. So again, I know that there has been discussion. So right now, I'd like to go ahead and deal with 4 orders for legal counsel, Ms. Khan or Ms. Quinn in regards to the selection process, procedural process that was conducted. And I know that as oversight of Division of Natural Resources, what steps can resources development committee take at its time, provided that number 1, we are actually pressed for deadlines, December 1st, as it was mentioned, we need to get signature, and then not only that, the crop year starts January 1st. So again, legal counsel, Ms. Connor, Ms. Quinn, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over.
Madam Chair, thank you. This is Marianne Khan, Office of Legislative Counsel, and I do not have the particulars of how this particular contract was awarded. I do know that the government has procurement laws and certain departments and offices that are identified to go through a particular process. Now, if the Resources and Development Committee would like a report regarding procurement, the procurement process, I would suggest that that report be given by the Navajo Nation departments and offices that follow that procedure, and to get a report as to how the particular contract was awarded. That is what I suggest at this point. I do not have the specifics as to whether how it was that this particular company that's before you right now was reviewed in that process. I would recommend that the department that put out the request for proposals and the process be reported again to the committee. I of course do not know how many companies put in for the contract and how many were not awarded. Apparently, we have one company here that was not awarded the contract, I don't know how many others were awarded. The best I can advise now is that let the RDC get a report regarding the process for this particular awarding contracts, and I would, leave it at that at this point, Madam Chair.
Appreciate that, Ms. Khan, for that clarification. So right now, we are pressed for deadline, so right now, let me yield the floor over to Shiaj, Honorable Officer.
Thank you for your presentation and where were you in 2017 when now we're making this entertaining insurance company to insure the nation? 2017 with one insurance company that had come to the nation. At the time, the administration at the time, the Mays administration also was going through their due diligence process. And then at the same time, the council. So that's how the arrangement, the funding source for the insurance fund. We appropriated $20 million for that purpose, but I believe today that that funds that we appropriated still is there. And it is what we submitted. That was just to make sure that the nation was willing to come to the table. And the first year, next year, we agreed to cover the premiums out of that year. So out of the agreement. So that's a little bit of issue of how this came across. Been here for 9 years. Now we had council on the floor trying to tell us that this was a shady deal. That we got blasted for it by the media and so forth. And that first indemnity check came in, and I remember saying on the council floor, I told that delegate, the delegates that voted against these indemnity payments, make sure your check are making sure that you getting any of these resources. So the lump in his throat, I'm sorry, I didn't know this was really legit, but it is there. And I'm saying that in 2017, the nation came to the table. First came to the table, there was only one group. So that's how the history of it, that we went with QCQ first. And from there on, the enabling legislation that the CQP, I believe it was 5 years or something like that was given to them. And so that's the policy that's ending now. But moving forward, at that time, the nation moved forward to make that investment. And we did go through a procurement process on our side from the beginning. So as I can't speak for the administration because that's a whole different animal. The executive branch works in their own silo. The legislative branch, we can move things forward, but at times we run into a wall where an executive branch can say, "Hey, we have to get this," or "Department of Justice, we have to get this and that." It's due to what governs the nation. A lot of the checkoffs has to happen. But, with the current policy, that's already done and improved. And, they're new, extended in 2 days or by Friday. So, that went through its own procurement process information at the time. So, at that time, council didn't want to wait on the executive branch. And we moved forward with it, and that's when you heard the independent telling, headline, council and executive branch is not working. So we just pushed it through. And so that's how it came forward. But with this process that last year, legislation 02-51-22. That was one of the later legislations that was to renew the CKP's yes, their proposal was being elimination. And meaning, and really don't know how the executive branch again at the time went through their own process through the 164 in their review. So it's either that they have opened up the bid, which you have provided, and it has been advertised in the paper and so forth. But the nation again likes to do things such as sole source. So at the time, I think they're just this is myself thinking. At the time, the Attorney General has approved and the controller approved sole source bidding or the sole source for bids if the need was an emergency at the time of COVID was still around. And the nation had the emergency management had the policy in place and had not rescinded the resolution. So the maximum days the travel in space was restricted. So just looking at the legislation that Honorable time Stewart and Hinio introduced this legislation to renew this, it didn't go through. So at that time, we didn't make that deadline because all legislation was died December 30th, 2022. So with that, the administration changeover happened. The administration still had time to work on the procurement. But you guys are speaking about what Honorable Danny Simpson saw. On January 15th to date, the administration had not brought forth any sort of rebidding proposal to the insurance. So we're at the last couple of days, and that's the question. The administration, who dropped the ball? Yeah. We have to make some changes, last minute changes, and whether this change that's going to happen, whether the council supports it or not. With the insurance suit, if we don't take care of this matter. And again, I would like to see the carriage to follow. I would tell some people, the city works not for sale. We buy any of the delegate. It was not for sale. The procurement process is something that needs to happen. A lot of this process here. The procurement process, and I'm glad that in the newspaper article was brought forward to you. And that's the only thing that I think of, is that it's really that when the RFP was put out, the nation decided to do the sole sourcing. Just to speed up the process. But again, we have procurement process in place. I believe this was in sometime in October, myself and Buddy, was asking me, this is that not, if you remember, it was a battle for the council who wanted to push the legislation forward. Where we were important about the process as procurement and been followed. And a lot of the answer is yes. And at the time, the administration is very, I'm gonna say, what goes on in the executive branch is something that we don't. Things happen behind closed doors. And the legislation is introduced. Once it's over, finish everything, we have everything, all we do for the Attorney General. Puts their name on it, so this legislation is legally sufficient. The AG actually says the exhibit A, B, C, whatever exhibit is attached to it, this is legally sufficient. We follow Navajo law. That's in the code. So we take your word for it. There's any backdoor dealing that happens in the executive, we're not aware. And that's the part that's very, that you know, I believe that was one of our conversations at the time in October. Here, because procurement allows policy to be followed. Policy is followed. It gives, you know, the news paper article that is provided indicating, you know, the bidding time, you know, the day and the bid number and, you know, the qualification, the due dates and so forth. So any insurance company can keep in the record. And so that's my understanding of how the process should have gone. But from December 15, 2023 to today, there's no movement from the executive branch to reintroduce this. The maker says, I agree with the RFP. Say, hey, this will reduce. We have 1 year. Now we have 2-3 days left to actually, we're gonna have a conversation soon. And that's why I'm saying, who dropped the ball or it's into the case. And I wish that time that everybody would be given the fair chance, I did. But again, it goes back to who from the administration. The legislative branch would not have authority to select including from the or is not part of the, I guess, the panel. So I'm interested in who the panel is, you know, who was when we come from the nomination. Because this is regarding funds that will be coming in from different beginning of the policy in place, because anything coming off the trust name, funding coming into the trust name, but have automatically go to the in the name of the nomination. Have permit holders. Have permit. It's not a nomination permit. You're people for permit. They decide to drive a license. You don't buy it, pay your driver's license. The state will take it away from you. And then why with this permit, there was greater permit for evaluation. There's a permit that is issued by the United States government. Department of the Interior. So therefore, any new will be in the name of either one. So everything, the resource coming from that should come in the name of conservation. And their recommendation makes those appropriations pertaining to how projects or resources that are the ratio. So those are just some of my thoughts. And but this is I was concerned. And but I'm aware of this. You understand, and it's something that I'm just quietly watching, and we'll see how which way the administration moves. The last issue that comes to last statement before the move red or green in the legislation. That's the other thing. There's a lot of questions that have been asked that are not answered. And to the issue pertaining to the base that happened in 2013. And I too have concerns. It is on that. Again, we'll looking forward to the showdown and see what happens from that date. So, yeah.
Again, Shia, Arnold, also, I just wanted to remind the presenters and also the members of the Resource Development Committee. This is an area where it's related to the executive branch, and we have to be mindful because as policymakers, we're on the legislative branch side. And again, as oversight to Division of Natural Resources / Department of Agriculture, we do have that authority to get more information. So at this time, I'd like to continue asking questions, but I'm being very careful as chair of the Resource Development Committee. And I would like to allow at this time that we accept the report, we vote on it, but before you all leave, legal counsel and myself would like to meet with the team. And because again, there's already laws, and as you are under, as this is under the I guess the decision of executive branch, Division of Natural Resources, I'd like to go ahead and see if Resource Development Committee can meet with Office of the President, also be held again that would have to be the process that we have to make sure that we're abiding by as well. So again, as policymakers, we too have to also be careful. And I just want you all to understand that it's not saying that you'll that we you know, we'd like to give opportunity, and I think that is one of the areas some of us members of the Week of Navajo Nation Council are very centric on. We're centric on the fact that we want to give opportunities to our Diné Navajo entrepreneurs. And again, to be denied that, you know, is really questioning, you know, which direction are we really headed? Are we really, you know, here for, like we say, our people? And that is a big concern. So you've heard, you know, the concerns by my colleagues here, and this does validate a concern for Resource Development Committee. We'd like to work with the appropriate division and department to hopefully ratify this issue, but we would also like to give you all guidance after we accept the report to the public. So again, thank you for your report, and I'm just going on with the advisory for legal process. Okay.
Madam Chair, Ms. Clark, yes. This is Marianne Cohen, this is Legislative Council. I would like to just point out that the procurement process has an appeal provision, and if the company before us would have their staff, their attorneys look to that process. Because, and we as attorneys for the Resources and Development Committee cannot advise you, but just point you to the process that is now the nation law, the procurement process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Pushing, again, legal counsel, Ms. Khan, for that. And again, I just like to go ahead and just, seize the discussion here and go straight to voting. Because, again, this was, an issue that is brought before us, and it's also, in a sense, setting precedents for a lot of other individuals or companies as well. We'd like to just have that fairness across the board. So again, thank you for your presentation. Honorable Chair Ness?
Did you say you're gonna cease?
Yeah. And just go straight to voting.
Madam Chair, honorable members of the Resource Development Committee. We approved the agenda. And I'm very concerned that two of my colleagues asked questions. It is not fair to the committee that we seize this very important information. Not only the information itself, we have 3 professional cowboys, Navajo cowboys, that are before us. And I believe it is our duty as lawmakers to ask questions. We need to know and find out if these documents were given to us. I would have questions on these documents. I would like to know what happened. And if we need to go into executive session with WSR, perhaps we should do that. But I believe that it is our duty as lawmakers to ask questions. And you cannot take away my right to ask these questions representing 6 characters. And this is a concern that I have.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair Ness, for that recommendation. And again, this is a concern because, I'm really caught in the middle as Chair of Resource and Development Committee. You know, with just the information that was shared here, there's, questions regarding procurement. I know this is a very sensitive topic. And again, how did the process go? And so at this time, I'd like to consider in requesting this particular further dialogue to go into executive session with WSR. And I want to invite the division director, Mr. Mike Colonna, as he's here. Only reason why is because since this is under Department of Agriculture, and we're cut very close to signing the contract that has been idling for a year as to why we're waiting at the 11th hour to even get signatory on this particular contract. So with that, members of Resources Development Committee, with your permission, I'd like to go ahead and request to go into executive session. Honorable Chair Ness?
Chair, honorable members of Resource Development Committee, I believe it is the right thing to do to go into executive session. Therefore, I would like to motion that we go to executive session with all 5 representatives before us and Mr. Holland that are showing us, that exclude everybody else out and let it just be us and perhaps Mr. Curtis and Rico. And also Chair Perry could stay until Mr. Chief of Staff from the Office of Vice President, if that's okay, I mean, he's welcome to stay. Other than that, I don't think we need anyone here, other than perhaps the Department of Justice. Mr. to stay. And perhaps if we could go for 1 hour. I believe the discussion may last longer than 1 hour. but we have a right to ask questions and find out here. I'm going to share and we'll mention before committee. That will be my motion is to go into executive session. As soon as we clear the room, we'll start the clock. Thank you.
I vote to again, action nine, Honorable Chair Nez. So with that, we do have a motion on the floor to go to executive session for 1 hour, seconded by Honorable, Bob. And, after we clear, so we do have Mr. Michael Lona, Honorable Delegate Curtis Gallito, Mr. Patrick Sandoval, and legal counsel from Navigation Department of Justice Smith, Black Hat, and everyone, and, representatives from WSR to stay in the room. And it's going to be for an hour, so maybe kind of give it like an hour and 15 minutes to, return, into regular session, return to regular session. We're not going to leave. Is that all?
Yeah.
Thank you, honorable members of the Regional Development Committee, honorable Chair, issue. I believe I will amend my motion before we go into executive session. My motion was to go into executive session, including the Office of the President, DNR, and Economic Development. At this point, due to the nature and the sensitivity of the information that's before us, that we would like to ask. Well, I ask that we excuse them, and it'll just be the Resource and Development Committee only with the Department of Justice, and just our staff right there. That's it. Everybody will be excused.
What about Honorable Yanni?
No, Honorable Yadito needs to leave as well. Thank you.
Okay, so, we do have Honorable Chair Nez modified his motion for executive session and the attendees to be in the executive session. Seconding party will be go ahead and first thing on roll call. Okay, so with that, we would like to allot 1 hour. 1 hour, Roshi, 1 hour to go to executive session. You do have a motion by Honorable Chair Ness. We do have a second by Honorable, Sean Clark. And Chair Harris was. No, after. Okay, and, so with that, Mr. Tony, could you please, take a roll call vote to go into executive session for 1 hour?
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for executive session for 1 hour. Honorable Shauna and Claw, how do you vote?
Agree.
Honorable Shauna and Claw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson, that's great.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting for executive session for 1 hour.
Good motion. Thank you, Mr. Coffey. So we will go to executive session for 1 hour starting at 2:20 or 12:28 to 1:28.
Sure.
This time at 1:45, I'd like to bring you out of executive session, make a motion.
Motion, hold your breath.
Motion by Chairman Hernandez and Bob. Any questions? Roll call vote, Mr. Pike.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll.
Can I just make one brief statement? Yeah, Chair Johnson, under members of the committee, our now co-professional colleagues here, Mr. Derek Gay, Greg Rogers, the Senate committee, and also Dugan, and Mr. Gay, you can understand this now, so certainly appreciate the presentation, and we just want to thank you for your time coming, and perhaps in the future we'll come back and invite you all. So thank you, and God bless each and every one.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for exiting out of executive session at 1:46 PM. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Dr. Rick News, votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Otto Silva, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto Silva votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Vice Chair Johnson, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, voting out of executive session.
Mr. Simon. At this time, I'd like to, a roll call vote to accept the reports.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for accepting a report on items 5 on receiving under new business item A. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez, votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Otto Silva, how do you vote? Honorable Otto Silva votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Vice Chair Johnson, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
And Mr. Simon, for taking that roll call vote, I'd just like to, thank our presenters for your presentation today. We will be moving on to item B. Also like to thank, Mr. Rogers and Eric for being here today. So that concludes your presentation, and you are excused from the hot seat. And moving on to, item B, report from the Division of Community Development and Division of Economic Development on the American History Plan project update. Presenters Arthur Mitchell, Acting Division Director, Division of Community Development. Holy Chris, Acting Director, Division of Economic Development.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair Johnson. It is currently 1:49, and we should have a full agenda. What I'd like to do at this time is entertain a motion that we suspend full rule and go back to old business and take care of this legislation. I believe it does have one amendments made to this legislation. So I'd like to do that, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Hess. This time. We'll like to. Suspend the full rule. Do you have a motion for this?
It's a nice motion.
The second? No. Any questions?
Roll call vote.
Okay, let's go to a roll call this time.
Vice Chair Johnson, member of RDC, this is roll call vote for suspending the floor rules and going to old business. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate recognized, vote screen.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Vice Chair Johnson, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Meyer. Okay, we can move on to number 7, old business. Mr. Meyer.
Get him? Mr. Simpson, he was going to sponsor
Okay. Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is old business. This legislation was read into the record on June 21st, 2023. This legislation was tabled for 90 days. The main motion comes from Honorable Otto and is seconded by Shauna Enclaw. For this legislation, Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Do you have any questions?
Do we motion? We need a motion to take it up.
Need a second?
Second.
We got a motion by Speaker Stone, and Chair was seconded. Is there any questions regarding this?
Yes.
Thank you, my, Jim.
Thank you, Chair, honorable member of the committee. I believe there is an amendment and therefore it is only proper that I would like to entertain that motion. But before I do that motion, could we give them 5 minutes just to recap? Give it to Honorable Yanito and have him say his piece, if that's okay.
Thank you, Chairman. As this time, I'm going to allow Mrs. Honorable Yanito to report bring something. Yeah, just vote. Yeah, 5 minutes.
Yeah, take dinner. Thank you for inviting us. I have agents here. I learned that, it's been mentioned that our legislation has been over once. That was our first meeting. Our second meeting was over in San Diego. And then we did a report over there. Avoiding failings. And then this is, and then the third meeting was canceled. We came here last week and you guys canceled the meeting, and so the fourth meeting, we're here, and it's always a charm. These are my agents here, and I want them to be, probably get used to you guys when you help for you. At that last meeting that we had over in Manzanito, you guys, made a directive that we need to sit back at the table and readjust a lot of the term and condition according to the CFR 25 and the regulation, and we work with your legislative council, Marianne Khan and April Quinn, and your our United Nation Justice Veronica Black Cat to justify, the corrections and modifying our legislation here. And then we try to get some the term and condition figured from Stephen Pierce, but he was not longer available in the United Mineral Office, and so we just had to do more research to get the figures out correctly. That was the main question, but I'm glad that we came to agreement with the Utah Department of Transportation with the right of way. And so forth. And we had justification on that. And then, we went through a lot of the right of way regulations and the, Title 23 CFR regulation back from 1962 through 1968. And there's some changes that occurred through there where we came to agreement to kind of get the New Mexico Utah figure. And so we got squared away on that, and any kind of changes here that you guys have questions on, I'd like to have your legal counsel to explain some of these changes on the right of way that occurred on the exhibit A. If you guys would allow your counsel, legislative counsel to explain some of these. And then after that, I can give the floor to I don't the role of the lot, it's really a need. This road upgrading is really a need, the last time that we talked about this, there's more accidents and so forth happen on that. This road that we'll be discussing here. So it's very important need that we need to really get this being passed and, we need to start working here. Well, I go ahead and introduce myself as nomination of the council. First, so I will change the Kurchi, and that will be my brief introduction. You guys would allow me to let my agent to introduce himself. Talk to you guys. Yeah.
Thank you, Dylan. So we're one of the amendments. Chairman has motion to add the amendments.
Thank you, Honorable Legislative Council. I'd like to go ahead and make this motion for amendment 1 to legislation 0131-33. And if you would, Vice Chair, have our staff read this into the record, sir.
It's time to have our legislative.
Is there a second? No, but there's no second.
Oh,
Amendment 1. So,
we get a second for amendment 1. Second by Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is amendment number 1 to legislation number 0131-23. 1, page 1, line 15 through 18, insert new language as follows. Trust land in Anna Chapter San Juan County, Utah, waiving the requirement of bonds, insurance, or alternative form of security based pursuant to Title 25 Code of Federal Regulations, Section 169.103 F2, waiving the valuation requirement pursuant to Title 25 Code of Federal Regulations, Section 169.110 A, and waiving the requirement to restore or reclaim the land pursuant to Title 25 Code of Federal Regulations, Sections 169.125 C, F, 3 small i's. 2, replace the current Exhibit A as posted on DIB's website with new Exhibit A. 3, page 2, lines 4 and 5, insert new language as follows. The proposed right-of-way is comprised of 72.339 acres and is also known as Highway 162 from Montezuma Creek to Aneth. Is described in the map, which includes these 172,339 acres and the original acreage for SR 161 granted to the Bureau of Indian Affairs on August 27th, 1960, and assigned to the Utah State Highway Commission on May 23rd, 1967, attached hereto and incorporated as Exhibit B. 4, lines 2 of page 3, line 2, insert new paragraph H through K as follows. H, the Utah Department of Transportation has agreed to pay the Navajo Nation one-time lump sum payment of $1,218,974.80, which will be due 60 days from the date the day after the Bureau of Indian Affairs approves this right of way. I, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation finds the Navajo Nation has agreed upon the compensation satisfactory to the tribe. The Navajo Nation hereby waives the validation by the Bureau of Indian Affairs pursuant to 25 SRF CFR section 169.110A and has determined that accepted and agreed upon compensation and wavering validation is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation. J, the Code of Federal Regulations at 25 CFR section 169.125 CF 3 small i's requires a guarantee to restore the land as nearly as many as possible to its original conditions upon the completion and construction to the extent capable for the purpose of which the right of way was granted, or reclaim the land if agreed to by the landowner. K, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation finds that the requirement to restore or reclaim the land as required by 25 CFR 169.125 CF C5 small 3 i's should be waived because the Navajo Nation and the Department of Transportation has agreed that SR 162 will remain in place at the termination and expiration of the right of way. 5 at page 3, line 25, insert new paragraph D and E as follows. D, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation hereby waives validation pursuant to 25 CFR 169.110A, finding that the Navajo Nation has agreed upon the compensation satisfactory to the tribe. The Navajo Nation hereby waives validation and has determined that accepting such agreed upon compensation, waiving validation is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation. E, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation hereby waives 25 CFR section 169.125 CF 3 small i's requiring the restoration and reclaim of the land from the terms of the right of way because the Navajo Nation and the Utah Department of Transportation has determined that SR 162 will remain in place after the termination expiration of this right of way, and the request of such waiver is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation. 6, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs or section accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other amendments which shall be conforming to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with the notice of the sponsor to the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical change so long as the edits officiated the committee's intended in approving of this legislation. Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, that is legislation, amendment number 1 to legislation 0131-23 read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler, for reading that into the record. At this time, are there any questions to this legislation? Or to the amendments? Okay, well, once, twice. Aye, roll call vote, please.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for amendment number 1. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Going back up. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Vice Chair Johnson, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting for amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. At this time, let's take it back up to the main motion. Are there any questions?
Dedication, come over and drive those roads, and you guys be really impressed. I know the students conduct it, obviously, it's over the vice president.
Yeah, hey, my name is Emerson. I'm the vice president for Anna Chapter. I've been helping these guys, push this legislation through. So we did the able to and maybe that is something that I'm very learning how to do that. So although they don't mention upon and although this change of the money to not that it's on the how to be that there. If they had done a team in going into the team knowing that including IBC about meetings and although since the last time we met, you know, there's already been a couple of more accidents out of China than the team. Actually, that will, but I will show that team team then called. Not just only that, you know, we have the oil companies were right in the heart of that whole oil petroleum, but the should so use not evil of caution down the show, we can manufacture and communicating the traveling through there. Though should that because it was very unsafe. So I'm very glad on behalf of my chapter, I want to thank all of you that not time, enough duty of what's on public council, the IBCE, but EVs and then. And just like my delegate is saying, you know, that it was how we did a report on this legislation. Though the teaching on us this, then they should order what many more the other they don't I ended up west of Gala. And I was telling my delegate that it's so, but I shoot the chin, not able to see the you're not on the ignorant, and all she the coming back to eat for those eating evenings and then oh yeah not the public council. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't know if it was Utah. The Dons yo na consumer agriculture for it.
This is the best experience I have. Seriously, this is such an awesome experience for me, and I really appreciate you guys. Doug Squire, he's at Utah Department of Transportation. Really excited to be involved in the project and the extent. I guess I want to express my gratitude to Mary Ellen and April and the legislative staff. This last interview was doing amazing, and we did a ton of progress. And couldn't have done it without their efforts, and just curious to know that. So thank you for your support. We are excited to get this road built and are committed to working with the chapter to make sure that this project is a success and a major safety improvement.
Yeah, last time we had one here with us too, is regional career director. Yes, he's already acting for retirement now, so. We have a case here that we want to let him introduce to you guys.
Good afternoon, my vice chair, madam chair. RMC, distinguished members, appreciate it. I'm Kurt Pomona. I am the deputy director of Region 4 for UDOT. And I just want to express my gratitude also. This project means a lot to us. It's the largest rural project that I've ever seen. It's got a lot to do, a lot of good to do. We just appreciate it. We appreciate the process. We appreciate what we learned. We appreciate your patience. And we learned a lot, and we hope to continue this partnership in the future on other projects that we are indeed grateful for.
I want you to take the Lord, yeah, indeed, we don't each and every one of the resource development committee in the chair. Agencies, as it relates to Johnson, members, law, minutes, and other sentences, yes, and then we have a support there that we sent you as well from the Utah, the health system and the tribe, the youth tribe, and then this whole thing that everybody uses it. As you know, all the people around and all visitors, we have out of, first that goes through there, and, you know, that's a very important, you know, improving this road, you know, it really has a lot of opportunities for our areas, and so I'm really happy with the, with these guys around here, that we all stuck together and we stay possible. You guys divided together, you know, make this thing possible, it be real stuff, you know. I feel so, thank you.
Ultimately, all things to the retail and also agents. And make your finalization to be here. So, at this time, are there any other questions? Once, sorry. Okay, start with the roll call.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call for legislation number 0131-23. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Honorable Otto votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Vice Chair Johnson, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Motion pass. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know.
You guys saved a lot of lives.
Okay. Why you think?
Running close here.
Oh, no, we'll lose quorum. We'll lose quorum if he leaves.
Walk on. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Wait, wait.
Somewhere out, yeah, somewhere out. Yeah.
Yeah, we're done.
Okay, we're going to proceed with the reports, item. Report from Division of Community Development and Division of Economic Development on American District Act, ARPA project update. Presenters are Mitchell, Director, Division of Community Development. Division Worker, Division of Economic Development. It's really going way back down. And, 20 minutes. Thank you. I was going back down, I told, 20 minutes. We'll leave some time for Mr. Jones. Yes, sir. I brought, binders this morning, so the report that I'll be reporting is off that binder, it's been something. So under community development, I won't go through page for page, I'll just highlight some of the areas of the. Though going flipping through the page, the first 3 pages is just talking about a little bit. Background of what we got in community development, which is community, housing, background addition, then the 24 regions. Delegate regions, though the next section of the report, which I'll also cover is, off the contract support services, money, we went ahead and hired, 4 firms, IDIQ, indefinite delivery, indefinite quality, IDIQ. So we have 4 IDIQs out there helping the 24 region council delegate, there was a contract that was signed between, the firm and the application, so there's kickoff meetings that happened already. In the scout meetings that are happening within the chapters. We set a timeline of December the 31st to complete all these systems. Timeline, January 31st, if we come up with an expenditure plan. We have a stakeholders meeting. Delegates that were there was Honorable Naz was other stakeholders were there. So we wanted to set a deadline rather than not having a deadline. The reason why the deadline of December is that you'll have enough time, once delegate will have enough time to make some changes that needed to be made. The application deadline to do an encumbrance is June the 24th. I'll get to that timeline pretty soon. So the next page is talks about IDIQ. The next page is immediate IDIQ. In terms of staffing, we have 246. That is within the staff of community development department. Manager 2, we advertised, we interviewed, we did a selection, then on the day that the person was going to start, we went ahead and withdrew, so we're back to doing the second place, the second runner-up, and we offered the job, she accepted, and a few days later, she said, I got into the house, so we're back to advertising for department manager 2. The other one that is vacant is planner estimator. The office is those are 3 that are vacant, so we have 3 that are on board right now. Some challenges that you all need to be aware of is that which is a few pages over is the constant request for meetings. The constant request for meetings by the chapter. And by the chapter, maybe the chapter, also we cover the same thing over and over again. And what we're told the chapter is that we're running out of time. We're running out of time. So due to timelines, we protect us from the challenges that we have. Let me start off with but before I go with chips before the also in this same packet, which I won't cover line for line, is they create this is a distribution and expenditure of overall our
office, the balances, the expenditure, under the agency project status, under bathroom addition projects. We have, EPA, septic clean, chapter SRA, the level land approval, and then the balance is of the 24 regions. All those, when I get to those pages. So let me go ahead and start off with, community housing infrastructure on forward act. That idea, so. 15 million, without infrastructure, community infrastructure, department. What they started out with, back last year is that, there was a portal that was set up within each chapter. They collected names, so when April came around this year, they had a deadline this May, so whatever that was before we did, the staff on the ship, they went ahead and retrieved those names from the chapter. So the instruction was to give 10 names, to get at least 10 names from the chapter. So what transpired out of that, out of those names is in this packet here. From the chip, staff, they went and did assessment. They went and did assessment. They completed almost all of the chapters except for two or three, four chapters. They completed because there was nobody home and all that. So that was maybe what brought them wrong. Those were the four chapters that they didn't complete, but the rest of the chapters they went ahead and complete the assessment. What they're really looking for is home site lease and other requirements for home again. And what they found out is that there's still off this listing from the chapters, there's still requests applicants that still don't have home site lease. And we really, we did inform the chapters that, you need to get them, a home site lease going or get a home site lease before project starts. So this is the report I heard on the, what we're doing on the extension. So that on the shipping. Although also, the 50 million, we got a RFQ. The first day that was advertised was Sunday. It'll be advertised for the next this week. It'll be posted on our navigation FRF office store. OOC office store. It's a 50 million RFQ. So that one is a sort of going to the method of the IDIQ. That way we can select a number of contractors that are qualified. So we don't select just one, because if we just select one grade, we're gonna probably run out of time. We're gonna do an IDIQ method of the housing. Although in the same RFQ is that we can also cover BIA hit, though under navigation fund. So what Navajo United Director wanted to do is also be part of this RFQ. That way they don't have to develop their own. They can have RFQ get qualifications from some firms to do the Navajo going somewhere allocated to that office. So that will be part of the RFQ that is being advertised. The deadline to complete this RFQ is December 22nd. So that hopefully within that time we can have a selection of some firms to start doing the housing, doing the 50 million housing that not a Roby like condition that if they want to be part of it, fine. Then also in the 24 regions, if there's a housing project, they can also, be part of that RFQ. That way they don't have to develop their own RFQ, they're going to the full procurement process. I can't believe it's good. I know that there will be some housing projects within your 24 regions, so that'll be how we're gonna handle, the housing requests. Again, that way they don't have to, do another procurement. Well, okay, so that's on the 50 million housing request. Under the next one, they gave the next project, they gave it back. 150 million that was signed, contract by the Navigation President and also then we back in October, the last week of October, that was signed again. So the request was to at least do 1,600 or 1,500, to do this battle which for that 150 million. So NACA, when I came on board, they did a sole source. Who cares that I understand that NACA also did some battle. So based on that, they thought they helped that. But this contract, it's a work order process. Yeah. So let's say that it's also the work order. Let's say that NACA is falling behind. NACA is falling behind on the battle petition, and we want to get some more firms. We can also have NACA do a subcontract, or we can do another. They locked out 150 million. So the first work order that was signed, which was last week, was for 19 battle petitions. They don't give a national battle petition for 1.4 million. So you would like that 1.4 million to 19, that's roughly like 72,000 for battle petition. A work order number one again. Also, this work order has a timeline.
This on
Has a
PDF,
timeline.
you emailed it up.
This work order. So, chapters,
Email.
internship, about cornfields, kingo, mini farms, and then wells. Some of these are what else. We read them. This 19 days we got them from NCUA, because we know that it's 19 folks that are on the list will be getting a water line from NCUA. Although also, we're working on IHS list. At first, it was like 950 something names of that list, and we go down to 700 and plus names. So, like I stated, we wanted to do 1,500 to 1,600 back on the petition. So we're lacking names, Honorable Jesus, we've been meeting on a weekly basis. I'm trying to get these client listing reconciled with all the entities that have a listing. So I guess what they would, then NCUA or sell, whoever has a listing. Friday, about how many people and when to get these names reconciled. My thought was that it's gonna be easy to get some names, but it's hard. It's hard. A lot of chapters, they have names, but they're outdated. And they give you a list, then you start going, and some of these are they're see people, they're not living there anymore. So, one other living house there. So people after it's the oldest, we need to get updated. The other problem is that water line and power line. I build a bathroom way out there, that you're not gonna get a car line or water line. So that's where the four regions. You as delegate, you have probably the final stage. those on that project, working with the IDIQ groups. The other one that is also in here, this packet, is the meetings that we're having. Honorable deceased is there, home site lease. And at first, a requirement for bathroom with this home site lease, did it not, so then, we kept meeting on it, finally, there was a document that was produced by them, but I don't understand that there's gonna be a resolution. So there's an option one for bathroom addition. In the department, and we'll just do a consent, and there's just a few steps to get that going, then into a option two, they have another process. So that's also, what we've been working on the region based, our stakeholders, they talk about, I go on the 24, regions here. Like I said, we only have 3 staff right now. And the person that is working on the regional project is named Ryan Brigade. So anytime that you need, you can email me, him and everyone Brigade. And we can start looking to put the request in. So what's happening too is extracting some bathroom conditions. Extracting some names for legislation. Both housing, so that people thought a new project, as we meet every week, something new comes up. Like that's all of a sudden, we got stuck on subject text again. Who's doing subject text? Now, every CPA, I don't know if EPA is still here, but their take is that they're regulatory projects. They should be handling projects, so we will probably call that. So we uncover that septic tanks and all that, we will be cleaning out these septic tanks. So that reports in here too, what we extracted off that 24 council delegate received. The other one is probably be coming up is the rule of restitution. The money was given to public safety, but actually the rule of restitution projects will be done by community development. So we'll be starting our meeting here soon too. So we're gonna be down with a lot of other projects. Tomorrow we have in the first committee meeting, and we have 295 projects on state of New Mexico. And another January, the state legislators are coming in again. So, we have all these projects that we're working with. The other one, you look at the expenditure again, when you look at community development, we're expending quite more than other divisions, which is good. We need to expend a lot of them. Zero, favor at 86 and 66 data to spend these money the admin support team or the support brigade, the 6 staff need, then all the operational, and then also the IDIQ chapter brigade, the money. The other one, if you look at these other projects, we got 150 million off the books. That is encumbered, which is good. They June the 8th, need to get everything encumbered, but we got that encumbered at 150 million. Though hopefully the housing working January somewhere we can put that housing deed off the books as encumbered, because the deadline is in June, validation deadline. Federal deadline, I believe was in December 2024 to get everything that covered. We sort of made our timelines, in council, the resolution, to make it, not quote sequel with the federal timeline, there's some time to make using movements. But I see that there's some amendments that being worked on. I think they're moving some timelines around.
a line in the street, I saw some from DOJ, so she will be coming with breakdowns. So this, before I forget, one of the things that will be very helpful in this, is that the 24 regions we have under the money, 8 million, you know, identified here. But if you're gonna move monies within your own regions, what I heard is that you have to go back. All the way back, getting another resolution, all that. Just to move monies, because a lot of these projects, when the expenditure plan comes up, you're gonna all be shortfall. What are we gonna do? Because there's $100,000. So to me, it's really up to the 24 delegate regions, say, oh, I'm gonna move my monies from this project to this project within your own region. That way, you know, if you can make that amendment, within the amendments that are being proposed, that way you don't have to start all over because of timeline. Other, a lot of these expenditures, will probably come up, not to take much time. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, now we have we'll have a more detailed expenditure. But if you go to the last page, the last second page, there's 24 delegate reasons. They only do that. There's just still a lot of money that hasn't been allocated yet. Looks like A0, the top. So, you know, we're running on time, but like I said, the IDIQ, the deadline is December. So if you still have, some monies or haven't had a legislation, no, we're gonna have, run out of time on expenditure, I'm not in time. I'm sorry to run out of time, so anytime that there's new projects, I think the council, you know, you gotta have an eligibility determination by DOJ, then you do your legislation. Mr. Gerald office, the Ajit matters. Once the legislation gets approved, once it gets all the business unit members, and then it gets turned over to whoever the department is running those projects. So this is very helpful right here, looking at these 24 regions of how much money is that haven't been expended. So just a quick summary on what community development is doing. Table this, so I'm going to turn forward over to economic development.
10 minutes. I don't know, Vice Chair, who's ready to meeting?
I see whole, how most of these go on that, and the ice buckets and the interchange that you just had with companies, professional athletes, it's about like Yeltsin, you know, I didn't think that, because she didn't do that hard, like, you know, that when we our people leave, I have a couple of documents for you, and you know, first I'll start off by saying we're really working with community development too and Navajo. We know that we have to help with things like the bathroom addition. As they get those contracts, we have to help them secure space to actually, because we have to minimize the amount of time that their walls are open. Some of the stories I'm hearing from some of the contractors is Nehasquilo Nizani Abjeta has the keyword hospital in it. Joe, when people had some created Chicago, Shona, that's then it's journal. For 8, we want to find them space here. So that's a priority, and then we're really advising the manufacturing side too. I know there's dollars that have been appropriated for house manufacturing. ADE credits are paid as a In terms of dollars given to the division, as you recall, there's quite a big chunk of dollars that was given to the division. And where we're at in terms of the balance of that is about 20 or 18,548,000, somewhere in that range is what's the balance. And then there's 230,000 that was appropriated to business regulatory because we had to do all the compliance and compliance checks. There's 2 million that was given to the division for all again eligibility technicians, all this work that has to take place in terms of processing these. That contract had expired. There was a balance of 16 million that wasn't expended. And 80, then we went to the audit. Shananta, we just have today's the deadline for the RFP. We're gonna do a bid opening this week for restarting the RFP. You know, and again, we're coordinating that with the controller's office. And so, or you the net auto, is some of them were approved, but the contract expired and they weren't the auto base of the or you without business and that all source statements and 80 for those that we know other never so we're gonna budget a significant amount for that. And that will be we really want the firm to do a lot of reporting to us and as well we want controllers to really be involved in seeing that. So the thing is to make sure that we're audited compliance so timely reporting to be a really big part of that. The other part is that boy, you know, business on the side, the other couple with the could be the business building now, but there. We should know the shade we call a global as on but for carriers after an should be able to account now as for media. For 80 dollars, oil not for you know, shut down base of this account the eyes, yeah, and Nishiki, Chitawisna, you know, Chocolate, the navigation, food, eyes, you know, they're all new restaurants, hotels. You know, I can't go into the actual names of individuals, but all of it, the 80 avocado, the fire ants, no, we want to, that's going to take legislation, so we want to reserve a couple of amount. We're looking at talking about 10 million that we would really like to reserve for the larger amounts for all you now or and ones that have larger businesses. So I wanted to give you a real background on that. Or you name on the house or ADB, as well as industry that all went through the whole audit process. Although so yeah, the FRF qualified, which was the DOJ, the keynote process. Called non-nish, Adain Shadow, non-nish. I set up the Nashikito, Nashiki, AD, the FRF qualified, Adain, so there's a whole list of small business projects across now, and then there is qualified enterprises too. There's a list of qualified enterprises. I know Delegate Clark, and I have the same response as you on this list. In terms of Chinle, I have my staff is really working with Chinle RDO. So we have more projects in process from Chinle. So DA Hyoki from Budget and Finance is that if there's an opportunity to finance businesses, to finance economic development, we want to be ready with a list, you know, of projects that are FRF qualified. So that's what this is. But I just really wanted to give you a sample of what each project, how in depth it goes. You know, so we have one project that's in the packet. This is the upgrade of Twin Lakes well. And so you can see all the details, the maps, and the real breakdown of, just what it would take to do each of these projects. The biggest thing, Shanda, is that these projects have to be able to be finished in a fast time, you know, and so AD should be up, and so we're gonna do another vetting, the OAI should be, we can actually do this. So based on that, budget, yeah. So that's where we're at on the FRF list. You know? Does that conclude your presentation? We lost one, so.
They should step down. What do we do? Do we have a motion, Chris? A second? We can do.
Thank you for your presentation and for being here with us today at this time. I make a motion to the report.
Second.
My motion by Mr. Stone and my chair for the 3 seconds. At this time, are there any questions? On the whole,
Thank you very much. In the report, pertaining to the, funding, a lot of the, internal process of the program. You know that community development, we have, big workload on, taking care of the regular nation's stuff. The nation's, work. It's an example, we working with community development for so many months to get the release of that, which is senior citizen, funding that was appropriated from citizens. So maybe that helps them not particularly staff away from addressing our problem. And what I'm going to get into is that's what you guys are dealing with. Is there any mechanism to bring in a third party firm to at least help you guys with some of these procurement to process some of these procurements? Because you have two people revolving to put the ARPA package together, and then the other issue is the regular nation's business. You know, favorite right now, I'm having community development start the next process of releasing the state fund to the state. So I'm pulling your staff that's supposed to be working on ARPA also, off of ARPA. But that's one reason I'm saying that. Is there a plan to bring a third party managing company to help you guys? Because it doesn't, don't it doesn't hurt to say that we need help, we need additional resources, what can we do? We know that, there's hiring issues, there's, lack of staff. And, when I used to work at land department, we used to cross-train staff. Meaning that secretary worked on things that a, pad draftsman did. I'm wondering if that's even part of, part of the program's, development there. Because if you cross-train someone to try to alleviate, the other things so that business can continue as normal. You know, I think that that's a very, that's something that the program really needs to look at. Because, you know, you think that the president, the construction mentioned, reading and so forth, the state is, you know, in Hawaii, say, hey, let's concentrate these tasks. That way things move on. Number two is that, you talk about, rehabilitating funds, particularly with bathroom conditions. I am really interested in that, and I just, for my chapter, I'm not gonna have the full amount allocated as bathroom condition, but I would rather put that resources into hold. So meaning that, you know, the unallocated amount, I want to reallocate that amount. The other is that I have $2 million sitting in water funds to build a bridge. I want to reallocate those dollars to housing. Because, if you call by income, and I think that is there a movement for community to come to, drafting that proposed amendment? Because, I clearly, the information that my chapter has submitted, bathroom condition, is already been submitted to the government. So your program has. So roughly, whatever the bathroom condition amounts in the cost, and then people's $100,000 projected under the numbers will be, the rough estimate, that's the number, otherwise, we have 76 days, and you have the one chapter is included in that. So if it's, I think the pot was 6.2 million, or whatever that number was. So if I only have 20 bathroom conditions that was submitted, I will definitely have some collective that I would really like to reallocate household, because the word from community development was, oh, we're gonna do bathroom conditions, but the information was not brought to us that, you know, we're having issues to meet some of these deadlines. So I would rather like to reallocate the dollars pertaining to that, whether it's for community development, bathroom funds, and the infrastructure fund. For AD, ICIC, and I'm assuming that your office is working on the proposed amendment to remain enabling legislation and appropriate these ARPA dollars. Or really would like to see, I guess, we got before that, then you know, really, we got plenty with get this proposed amendment in. I believe that needs or resources for my community really needs resources. It's pretty much housing and music. And a lot of very good that you see. I found a lot of the homes have running water, 12 feet, no sewer line, some have septic system. Some already have the records included. And even if restroom remodeling, you know, that would help also, because I think that could be put into the amendment too, because that needed to be done, the restroom, they have these old laboratory sinks and these old toilet bowls that are there. tub base in their kitchen sinks, and things like that, their water heaters. Maybe their water heaters could be upgraded from 30 gallon to 40 gallon, LP, you know. There's things like that, you know, we can try to, get to utilizing dollars, but most likely, you're gonna need a third party to really sit, that's expending dollars. The other is, yes, the issue was, we need, funding, we need to economic development. I know that under our, the CARES Act, Navajo ranchers were at bad cop on the control. They were identified as directly impacted economically. So I was wondering if the Navajo ranchers out there are in the are part of the plans to be eligible for these funds, such as you know, like Navajo artisans. You know, they came down and said, oh, they either they shall be different that. And if I actually, so it really impacted them directly, because artisans have to like which Sito, Isho, Navida, Asli, and wherever they're selling. So I know that all your list and you see pretty much anything about now artists. Isho, about that. You know, remember that leaves. The was really impacted. I hope that the market then by that immediately so those are the same money stocks. They will not very unsophisticated. But other than that, you know, we appreciate the report that's given to the committee. And then also, I'm glad that you are talking about paying out the, what is not paid out in the CARES Act because we did one. Well, just in my chapter to the city, there's about 6 businesses that have been on in the records. And I'm not gonna, there were 2 and they're in the so it really was that. So it's kind of impressed and finally that I try to give those resources given because I should not be doing that. No. So it is a little not educated or not. Yeah.
So. I think remember the other questions. Regarding this presentation? Madam Chair?
Just real quickly, I wanted to share information during the budget session. When Division of Community Development, then Division Director Mr. Steele, and I went for Budget Finance Committee. The Budget and Finance Committee has given TCD an additional $3.4 million. That $3.4 million, I believe it was to be under contractual services, was solicited for a project management firm to assist CPMD with all of the New Mexico capital outlay along with the tribal infrastructure projects. So, when the director that was given by the Budget and Finance Committee to myself as chair, and then division director, was to start soliciting and start acquiring, a consultant that could at least help out with the project management part of these projects, because one of the main concerns that came up at the New Mexico office when we met with the Human Affairs Department was some of these projects, number one, are being funded. Number two, they don't even have a land acquisition. And again, and then off of this conversation,
but also how is the vision of community development going to start vetting these projects before the chapter leadership starts traveling to the state legislators and allocating the projects. So again, as the new division director for DCD, I just want to have you put this on your radar, because a lot of these areas would be hopefully fulfilled. And again, somehow internally be addressed. So I just wanted to add that to my share. Thank you.
Madam Chair, your comments, any other on this evening? All right, so the board's well.
Vice Chair. Okay, let me see, my questions are that we did get our binder here, and from what I have received from maybe a month ago, there's very little difference that I have noticed. And what I wanted to hear in this report is your strategy of how you plan to expand the funding. I also wanted to have you conduct an evaluation of your program. Because as we heard here, let's use the senior centers as an example. So under the senior center, they have different projects like design to build. That takes up time from the regular staff, and they're trying to maintain ARPA over here. So you have already evaluated the system and how time management. That's some of the things that RDC wants to hear. And then also, we're hearing about these trainings, which the chapters, this is too far in the game to be doing trainings for chapters. I think that there needs to be a cutoff date. And this has to be made at the executive level, where you're gonna have to, you know, if these chapters are not in compliance thus far, we can no longer hold their hand to keep moving them forward. And they need to start working with their delegates to ensure that their projects do get carried out. And just to be frank, I mean, we have presidential executive orders coming out left and right, but we can't do one that's gonna actually, you know, force these chapters to make that decision. So something of that sense was what I was hoping to hear today, but, you know, this is just a general report. And I have not been at many of the meetings, but I suppose I will have to attend on Friday in Shiprock to see how this has changed from today to now, to then. As far as the vision of economic development, Mr. Scrolanis, I did not want to see an example page. That's the last thing I wanted to see today. We're not in the initial stages of how we're gonna learn how to do this. What I wanted to see was documentation of which projects are going forward. And so we're not talking about the inception stage now. We should be where the funding is earmarked and is being used. So I am a little disappointed in the reports that were presented today. And my question, again, I think I'll save that for when I have to meet with individuals in person and more specific to Friday's meeting. I can ask more questions. And then as far as our own team with RDC, we did have a work session, and we did talk about streamlining several things. One was the home site. So I hope that that legislation is coming forward now, because we are in a time crunch here. There was a process. It was even drawn out on the whiteboard as to how
GLAD and then also DNR and Land Department would be working with that. So I believe there was an outline of how that's gonna be streamlined, and then also for our right of ways, we had that discussion as well. So again, to our legislative council, if we can start getting those legislations ready so we can move that forward, so that we can also push these, projects forward as far as ARPA. Because again, where we have that misinformation here today, we heard it again, that there has to be a home site in place for a bathroom addition. But when we talked about that, as a group with REC, you know, we compared that to how housing discretionary is used to improve an existing home. So when they're doing home improvements through the chapter, they get funding for that, and so a bathroom is part of a home. So in that sense, you know, there is no real home site requirement. So where it does get very peculiar and particular is when it comes to water lines and septic systems, and that's when it does require a home site. So I think that we do need that process to be, it was sent out, but somewhere there's a lack of communication. And I'm gonna ask our vice chair here to forward that, back out to our divisions and our departments, to where everyone can look at that, draft that was sent out by our land department, so that everyone is on the same page. So when we come back together again and we hear the next report, because when this goes to council, these are gonna be some of the questions they're gonna ask. And we, as a committee, should be ready. We should have these diagrams in place so that they can be shared with all of 25th Navigation Council. Those consistent documents also need to be shared with the divisions and departments, as well as the contractors that are coming on board. And then also, I am in agreement with Shitsui with the third party. At this point, you know, we are still giving benefit of the doubt to DCD and DED that they can do the job. If it's not, we may have to drop legislation to create that opportunity for a third party to come in and expend these funds. So that would just be my comment, my questions and recommendations, and I'll be back to you, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I will call at this time, if there's any questions from REC members, we'll go back to your representatives. Yeah, or respond. Thank you. The traditional bench is still an internal process. We talked about that before we got here to the table on the procurement. Procurement, you know, it's a process that we have to follow. Then there's all these other navigation laws that we follow. Although in terms of, you know, how can you streamline? You know, we streamlined a lot of New Mexico capital outlay. That was a DCD a number of years ago. So there's a lot of streamlining that has happened. So internal processes we need. So I always say that, you know, navigation, we're the complex government, we're the government, this is complex. When you start going into chapters, it's another government that we have to deal with. They're certified, non-certified. They have their 5 manuals that they operate under. So it's impossible. Other close, I guess on the third party or other company that can help. Also include the budget gate, there is a 3 million. Although I told Mr. Lucetta that we need to get this contract out. To help with namely the New Mexico capital outlays or other projects to get contract out for services. Because we don't have our architect, retired. But there's other services that is needed. We're gonna build a project like excavator, aggravator. Sometimes we lack another estimator to go out and do estimations so we can get this under contract. So, we'll get that out. Then a number of years ago, we had that, we dealt with it before, where we can just put, company under contract, have a prescription and all that. The procurement process. So when we chat through, somebody needs to do it, we pick up the phone call and they provide services out there for Head Start or seniors, rather than go through all the 164 process and all that, so that has been done before. Although the other one, they give it, I talked to Mr. Carter because he oversees all the arguments within the contracts supposed to be. So I need more staff. Once we get housing started, we'll be needing more staff. Once we get the bathroom addition, there's only 19. We need project managers. We need more people helping. So he's on leave this week, but next week I'll go ahead and meet with him again. But he's aware that I need more staff. I need more money because we have the bathroom addition under contract. So the question of strategy, one of the strategy is get things under contract, get it obligated. So 150 million is obligated. Although hopefully by early January we'll obligate 50 million housing. And the other strategy to this, is the timeline that we establish with stakeholders, is that we want to have the assessment done by December on the expenditure plan. That way, we don't run out of time of getting these projects obligated and then contracted out. So those are some strategies that we already did. Back to Mr. So the question would be, DOJ, I'll go ahead. I just saw a draft this morning. I saw a draft. I haven't really looked at it, but DOJ putting some amendments together. So I don't know when they'll be done. So they issued, so hopefully the legislation where you can move monies around your region when it comes up, we can certainly work on that one. The other one that Budget and Finance Committee wanted to do fall back is change legislation to on the bathroom issue. They wanted, because the way it is right now, it asks for a new bathroom addition. It doesn't ask for renovation. So if you start to renovate a bathroom, once you turn out the wall, what's behind that wall, turn on a bowl or other issues. So that's the reason why I think they're staying away from renovation, because of a lot of unforeseen. That is probably one thing that they were doing this legislation. The third party contract, and that's where the IQ came in. There are third party contract that's working with the 24 regions. Now we can certainly bring some more on to help us. They using the material contract support when they need. And you look at your expenditure plan. When you look into your expenditure plan, like I stated in my remarks, community development, we spent 86% of what was allocated to us. Another line item, we spent 66% that was allocated to us. So, but I told Mr. Matero is that these departments that are not using the money, so I want to get that and start building up a lot of these third party contracts, project management, and all that. So they get a third party, like I thought that would go third party. The other one, Susie, the 3 million. So we'll get that off the street, so we can get some help on the the municipal projects. The other issue, which we also discussed at one of the meetings with New Mexico is underfunding. And tomorrow, we'll be meeting with the Indian Affairs Committee. And one of the things that we're sharing with them is the underfunded projects. Because in January, they have not checked. And we'd like to say that these projects are underfunded. They need more monies to be completed. The other one, a lot of these projects are not ready to go, like land acquisition, like whatever. The basically, the trend then we have to start all over trying to get land acquisition and all that. So what I'll tell them tomorrow is that we already have a peer procurement checkups. You have all these clearances. One time, I presented that to the response back of our own local legislators was that, no, this is already given to the chapter. Whether they're ready or not, so, that was the remark that came out. We'll share that with them again, to make sure that the money is given, it's project ready and it's ready to go, rather than getting a land acquisition. The other question, the training for chapter. I didn't see a request for training for chapter. So I know that, especially the certified chapters, they have training, doesn't really come over here. Although the executive order on the off-reservation travel has been lifted in January and also, it doesn't need to be signed off and all that, so that stays at the chapter level. I haven't seen any training request that has come to DCD. Though the home site needs the meeting that say Susan, then I think Delegate Naz was part of the meeting, is that we came up with this chart, which is in your packet. With the land department, this is option one. It doesn't ask for home site lease. It asks for a consent from the land department. Then it has steps. So this was developed at our meeting, which is part of Friday's meeting. We sometimes a different topic comes up. Then we tackle that and then come up with a process. The other one that was put together is the option two for EDA or fire line. It's still the insights. It's still the insights. There's another chart that is out there. But I understand is that these will be put in the legislation form. Then in the legislative form. This report from Moneywise, it comes out the first of every month, then the 15th comes to the Terror's office. So the next update is December 1st. So hopefully there might be some change in the percentage of the monies that were allocated. So this one it gets updated. So from community development, that's what we encumbered for 150 million. We got the RFQ on the street, so hopefully there can be another 50 million off the books. And that we're working with the 24 regions with the I4 IDIQ. They're probably out there doing the assessment of all the projects that are on that list. So if the APDC yeah, those are the so I think the veterans are eligible. Oh, I showed you I'll ensure that we go on And I know it sounds like there's some drought relief funds that comes through the insurance, and the conversation, we just had, but, we'll make sure that that's a big part of it. And the artists and weavers, so we'll clarify that language, and, for the committees, I shared with you the deadlines we are, pursuing a third party consultant. Help us carry that out, but again, we're going for larger amounts too, that one, I think we have to go back to the main legislation. And, the aid, the other, and the cuts, for the eyes on into the whole city. I've noticed some of these larger business owners, eyes, should not be sound that. So they will cut the jumps on the issue, show road, which, there's money, so, although, delegate club, well, I think it can be, it's oversight on my part, I can share the whole email, it was just 100 pages, And I can share that with you, but the other part is that, equal oil session that they, and this is the list, I came up with this list almost 3 months ago. And, staff, these are, so I know, each guy that partner qualified, to go, being at the UK, is go, according to oil session, that it's, and, Nico, Jonah, Nishan, that nation, that is the short, and these eyes, so he pays over, what should it, when the joke, somebody's got to run with it, I'm not willing to do that, but, I should, well, it's not, this short, I was asking, I was just imagining, some fish committee that's in the down those things, so. I'm gonna go by how it's usually, I call the night, this short, without all it's not, so. Thank you. This time, we're gonna get a question from my lawyers.
Just to, come back around to the, non-arts and the rent books. With like how, the, award letter was issued for the business owners that qualify. There was ranchers that were in the same boat. Was that odd at the time. And I think that's fair to kind of go back to see what the court rancher, but who submitted documents, you guys have records. And I think that we go back to the ranchers that did not submit, because that was their direct source of income from everybody who was at home. They were tending to their cattle to make sure that they do make that cattle sale, whether it's on that Wednesday at a local auction house or that annual cattle sales that happen where they take the cattle to court so that they could get the bigger return on their it's basically their livelihoods have been indirectly impacted in the shift. I'm really glad that the ranchers are part of it. We call it the articulation education, articulation and leave no that's no death. I think that's we call it. And we it's more than a long, or have a group. That you can about a ranching is hobby. But ranching is something that has your livelihood tied to it, because if you have burned one calf or one cow dying, it impacts your pocketbook. Now, you guys see role out there in the called all ranching out there, that's your livelihood. You really want to make sure that you have them in it. The AIF funds, it's a whole different issue. The investigation, but due to COVID and due to the direct impacts, they were on the line too. So it's I know the projects that you have listed that were being eligible by the Department of Justice. I think that as your agency paid for it, so non-government. That way, you know, if the agency gets a certain amount, the same as report funds. That way, though, not exist that. Net look, that's not fit uneven. That's what it is. How come you're getting more? This kind of what to the city, I get that. Oh, to the city this, and to the city that. Went through it through council, and today, it's still like that. Oh, I'm just you. Alcohol, even not alcohol, even, he's out and, I get that. So, we jungle. Okay, you know, net, I use it. And that's the main thing. And as long as it's appropriate, equally, I'm okay with that. That was, you know, right now, we have 5 acres, we can think with the economic dollars, I think that's something that should be, from your program to make that. So the other is a community development services. What do you do with EPA? No. Every lot, they not more than. But yeah, that's no. I didn't know. So I would another recommendations, give it to Mega. Mega has 4 home crew chats already that could have could actually construct and set the tank. And then at the same time, Mega as an enterprise, they can move forward and set up contracts to even get septic systems pumped out. We do with the nation, I think contract RFPs so that the platform, I don't know, it. Let's give it to NECA and have NECA run with that third-party contract, and they can hire them immediately. We could initiate or trade, and they can also make them from the nation's side. But I think that's another aspect that maybe to partner up with the enterprises, because enterprises can do things a lot quicker than the other government. As an example, COVID, the enterprise was able to purchase propane in bulk amounts and distribute them out there in the communities. Oh, no, yeah, I got the message about 3 weeks out, and it was delivered on that day, and people were in line to get free propane. So that's another avenue to explore, you know, out there, whether it's NECA or hospitality enterprise, we're really willing to try to lend a hand with the two-way. But again, it comes to our own tribal bureaucracy here, funding agreement. We need this funding and shoving the Haman with 164 here. And that's something that really it goes on top of it. So it is a little this recommendation of development. Well, here's the line. So even with the water, when chopsticks, it's having set the tank, set the drain field in, do the dipping on the house, set the tank, put in the drain field, put in the one chopsticks. Even if it's only the hot speed thing, it's capped there. That would later on, maybe homework can go into it to keep tap the sleep for or something. Because there's that bathroom issue funding that was appropriated. The estimated price tag per bathroom is $150,000. If I can remember correctly, $150,000. So the system was included and 1 child service. And one top service, 200 feet it needs to be a redone. A lot of the existing homes that have existing water line nearby, it's within, you know, 25 feet to 200 feet. So it's enough, creek need to put in the ground, so that they could, connect to the sewer system. Or nevertheless, if you make them have to do all the tapping permits and so forth, so that they could serve that house. But in the house, they were still on, not to be parents is not needed. The other is that I like that dialogue pertaining to the homestead base. And I want to say this, when Congress appropriated the ARPA funds, they did not waiver any federal laws. Federal law will not waive. So on that side, when we waiver our policies, it's the problem that we have jurisdiction over. In my question, and that very much having to apply the power that, you know, to the rear engine, but in fact, and we as a council waive the whole sentence process. Where the line says that the heart of that is what has was granted the tribes to actually manage and release. But when the nation went under said we're gonna use this, we agreed to obey policy. The federal CFR still has the requirement to post that. The federal CFR requires archaeological clearances. The federal CFR requires all these things. Also, we don't have the authority to waive requests in the CFRs. We have the authority to waiver maybe, you know, the annual homestead lease rental payments. But if that's the stuff in the CFR, we don't have it. We don't have it. That's the status of my thought, because coming from working for them, anything dealing with federal dollars requires these third things to be clear in order for federal dollars to be utilized. So, example, Indian houses or road construction, you have to have all these studies before right of way is granted. Not clear. And then I hear people say, oh, well, we can do it. But the higher power from the Bureau of Indian, have you asked them that, can we waive, who can waive the CFRs on behalf of the nation? Do we have to go to the Secretary of Interior to make that determination? Or do we have to go to Congress to make that change? So they all about 160 kids. Oh, or the fiction you know, since you're in the administration, these things are the questions we should be asking within the hope pertaining to these waivers. What authority of waiver we could do on the federal government? Because if it's a home construction from shit, that is from 638 plan that has a policy. You need to understand home salaries. You need archaeological clearances. You need these documents. And that's what we get to say. That process, have you guys asked the federal government that information? Because I guarantee you, federal government says nothing's been waived. And I asked Mr. Bart Stevens that too, formulation. In the ARPA funds, were these ever waived by Congress? It's not. But we're still wrong about it. And before we start going to say, yeah, we can waive this, we can waive this, we can do this, we need to make sure that we got it right. Because if we build something using the dollars without these things in place, well, Congress, well, the US government say, hey, We built this without security. And mainly it's project ready. That was what ARPA was really for, project ready. The project ready, we built it. We may be liable to pay that back. So, what's this case? Oh, 1,360. Once this case. Administration. You guys have all these years of government service under your belt there. And I think you guys should already have that information. If not, you should go, I need that. Yeah, so, this is one of my concerns. That, yeah.
Thank you, Speaker. So, just like to, let everybody know, everybody here know that we have to do that regional director for the EIA, that's Deborah Shirley. They are on the call, so it's, next. So, just see the videos on the call. This time I'll give the floor over to, we'll call.
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson, and then thank you for the report that was given. My question to our DCD program, I wanted to ask if we can get a example of your IDIQ contract. And I would like to see, because to my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there was an RFQ that was sent out for program management. And so the construction portion will not be included in that as well. So I'm trying to break down like how the funding is going to be spent, who is spending it, what are their duties, and then also what will they be managing? And then how will they be doing their reporting? So those are my questions. So in order to answer those questions, I would like to read it and then also see how that's being done. So if we can get maybe not one that is signed, but the example copy, I would appreciate that. And then as far as Shitsui, I think you've been out of the loop for a while, just as our vice chair mentioned, we do have a new director, Mrs. Shirley, who we did meet last week. And then also in regards to the CFR, we did address that at a work session. And so RDC, we did talk about that. We had also the next steps. And those next steps were carried forward to what we now have in this binder here. So that came from a work session from RDC, and now it's infused as part of the documentation in this binder. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Vice Chair, and if I could get my question regarding the differentiation of the program management portion of the RFQ, and then also for the IDIQ part, and then also the construction portion.
I can pause. We have no questions from RAC colleagues. If not, we'll back to the representatives to respond to this question and comments. Thank you. Thank you. I think we'll certainly provide a copy of a contract. But I know that when the contract was issued, there was four main areas that they have to do, four main areas. The first one is the kickoff meeting with the 24 regions. And those have happened. That's between the consultant or IIQ consultant, the chapter, then also the delegate. A kickoff meeting, what needs to happen and all that. The next area is site visit meetings. After they get all the projects lined up, and then they start accepting those projects. First on paper, then they go to the site. They go to the site and, evaluate the site. You know, is it doable? Is it within the money that was identified for that project? So that's the second one. The third one, which they're probably doing right now, and some of these IDIQ is doing it, putting all that report together, saying that this project is, this project will cost this much, whatever is that they have, $82 million. So that deadline is December. That deadline is December, which we set, during our stakeholders meeting. Let's put a timeline, because we don't want to keep, this IDIQ activities out there, keeps dragging on, and then we're close to the deadline, the absolute deadline. The next, the fourth step, they do the expenditure plan. The project, they not voltage. Probably some other description to that project. So that is due, January 31st. January 31st. Although it comes back, it will come back to us. Remember, there's no project management. These four IDIQs, but I just call. Thereafter, okay, we're in work order number 2 now. This is work order number 1. Work order number 2, we're still needing, is get a little complicated. How do we address the design? How do we address the next step? And one of the things is that, we get a design built. The other one that we're recommending is that some chapters they're requesting work on the warehouse. We should make all of these warehouse uniform, the same size, same style. That way, we can just take care of that chapter, other chapters. So that'll be work order number 2. At work order number 2, we'll probably get the entire managers for all these 24 regional projects. So we're again, I'm probably needing a lot more money from this project management. And then also getting these designs. So that'll be work order number 2. Whatever that's involved, like structures and all that. So probably work order 2 and probably 3. So those are what we really down. The last step is the company is making sure that we can come over by, I think the general deadline was June 30. And that nation has the whole nation has a different deadline. The federal legal and their deadline is different. I think it was in December of 2024. So those are some steps that will be working on. The construction, that'll probably be work order down to 3, 4, or 5. The construction on constructing all these projects. So it's still of course, we encumbered them by December 2026. Our construction should be completed. So we have 2 years once we are obligated to do construction. So construction, the non will probably hire some more third-party contractors to help us. Third-party contractors in to help us complete the process. So they did a hundred percent, they should be so. We'll look at the RFQ, what was the RFQ had under the a contract. Well, yeah, it's people, fortunately, I have city on the ranching, we'll make sure that's a priority. The weavers and especially the folks that already have. We want those icons before you can, they're not gonna be other places about their car or it's a. So I'll go ahead and show them how it, but yeah. Yeah, the response and the comments.
Sure.
So I look forward to the citizen.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Chair, Minister. I see you all together, staff, well, yeah. Going back to ARPA. It's really clearly hasn't given us how we pursue certain things, again, assessment. Chapters have been assessment, how many we're doing this. Then let's vote on how this station was passed. I don't think chapter one, but two. The first part of the way, again, I stated that we have to unravel all the issues that station. They, we're still waiting for all the entities to come together. We just all the red tape that has been around the station. That's what we're at today. That's why we have not submitted large amount of money. Yeah, people say, oh, we spent $700 million. That's hardship. So that's all we get reported to is we spent $700 million. It's hardship. That's what they agree with this. But they don't talk about the $1 million of the large amount still unexpended. It's not all we do. Going back to this IEIQ, reading department manager to tell us that, hey, you don't have the money here. You guys haven't come up with how we can address this so far. How we can transfer some of these money to the deposit in the region. That has not been discussed yet. All we're doing is here, you short on some logic here, that's it. IEIQ individuals, same thing, that's our chapters. So we have a couple of key process, the problems that we're facing today. We'll go by assessment, I'm going to just, next step. Going back to the warehouse, all chapters do not want the same size warehouse. They want to make sure they accommodate what very specific equipment they have acquired from navigation, like your heavy equipment. And how we utilize and what we do, what we try to do, if it happens, we have to utilize some warehouse. So I haven't heard anything about how to address these problems as we go down these steps. And when we don't have these addressed or how we go about it, we're at a standstill again. 2 months goes by again. 3 months, or it comes June 30th, 2024. So we see that everything will work out very well with all these steps that we're talking about. We're not anticipating problems. We're already inflation. And these project managers are coming over, so you don't have enough money, we'll cross the side. They should be coming back to you and say, these are the problems we're having, how do we address it? Do we need policy change quickly on this, so we sure we have money to know these, what they submitted, and what navigation council put forward in the case. Those are the things that we're not talking about. And I was, Madam Chair here, she's a new type manager. She knows the process at the chapter level. I know the process. And I hear it, and I talk to my former colleagues at CSC, what they're facing. So this IDIQ, how they're working with the chapters is that, you know, we pay this thousands of dollars to tell that, oh, you're not going to money. I know it already. 2 years ago, these estimates were gathered by CSP. Nothing will happen, we already hear inflation. But we have to pay these people thousands of dollars to tell us that again. So, Madam Chair, members of REC, yes, these sound so good, or these steps are in place, but ask these individuals or CSC, the chapters, what problem they're facing. And start addressing those, how we can continue not to stop, be a standstill and say, okay, like each chapter can't afford their bulldozer that is approved by, the PHA. Because you don't have enough money, that's not my problem anymore. That's what we're getting. So, all the entities, not just Division Community Development, FRF, even all the entities involved, you guys need to look what anticipate what problem we run into. Nobody is addressing one part. I'm very, very vocal about. One thing I know, the cost. That's what I'm really, okay, that's one thing I know about that. It's at standstill. How do we find money for these shortfalls? That hasn't been done. So hopefully, I'm working with the Department of Justice, right, that's where it's at, while we have a meeting. And I'll be sponsoring legislation to untie some of these, red tape. And hopefully, we're coming to, be drafted and presented to council. But that's what I'm talking about, that you guys are experts. I always say that, my colleagues here on RC, those that always depend on you guys' expertise and anticipate. So, again, going back to your edition, some of these chapters, you know, $150 million was allocated to 24 regions and equal amount. And some of these delegates, their region don't need that much. So what do we do with that? I think $6.5 million. How do you tell the delegates it's the process you will take to reallocate that money that can come to the eligible project? So that has not even been conveyed to the delegates. Economic development, same way. If these things in the region cannot be, if it's not feasible, or it can't be all get, or the project can start, or money can be extended, these delegates are not being given information. Okay, Delegate Simpson, you know, you had an economic development project here, but I think it's feasible. Maybe start moving money around to where we can allocate some money to a feasible project in the region. So we can get started. So that is not being talked about yet. So other project broadband, some of these chapters are very fortunate to get broadband, but the chapter, the delegates got that equal distribution on $120 million. And I can't remember the amount that each of delegates received, and some of them need to expand their broadband because they have it. But nobody's there telling, okay, delegate, you have your broadband is very well set in your meeting. So where do you want to move this forward into? How do we go about it? I did. We don't want to scramble here until then trying to move money around. Those are the things that I think we should be talking about too. How to move money around, just in case that there's a shortfall or the project's not feasible to be obligated or money used as project by June 2024. Those are the things that we need now. Because this money was given to nomination, third term, I think it was what, May 2021? 2.5 years. The only thing I see is hardship that was given to the other people. So, with you guys' expertise out there, I think we really need to work together and to address these issues that I just conveyed to you. I know you can't answer any questions, it's probably going to take, but I think, Madam Chair, I'm going to start speaking. I believe that, again, I spoke this at the beginning here, I gave directive, I spoke this that we can all come together to become positive. It seems like it's not being followed. And yes, positive, but somewhere down those positive is going to break down. So we got to have to anticipate what can happen and how to address it into policy or to distribute. It is a council, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, CJ.
Good job, Simpson. Any other colleagues have a response?
Yeah, although, our colleagues of the Resources and Development Committee, and to the presenters here. The complexity of this whole project didn't come with a handbook, I think you all know that. You know, 24 council finally approved this tail end of last year. So when we came in as January, I was hoping that the divisions that were awarded, funds under, ARPA had already had a system in place, a procedure in place, even with guidelines. So all these months, RDC was having, meetings and reports, but lately there was really no, activity. So for that reason being, I had reached out to Mr. Mitchell here to handle his team. So again, a lot of these issues come up about some of the issues that have been coming up at our meetings. How do we address the shortfall? And it all comes back down to proper project management is what I said. I know that these numbers, because right now a 50 by, what was it, we said 60 feet warehouse, right? Is $1.4 million. And we're talking about supply chain. So now, the IDIQ consultants, were pretty much instructed that they need to go back and sit down with the delegates and chapter leadership. How are we going to, come up with these additional funds? Whereas some projects were deemed not feasible, and maybe from those funds, take it to the other chapter. But I know all chapters want a equal contribution from the delegate region, $8.8 million. Well, again, that is the complexity part of it, and that's the reason why, at this point, I think, DCD, set that hard deadline. But as you can see in this, manual that, Division of Community Development provided, that the balances that are still yet to obligate by delegates. Not all the delegates has obligated their money as of November the 15th. You know, we have some delegates that have 1.7 mil, $2 million, 1.1 million. So technically, it's not just really in the realm of the division. On the delegates being some of them still have $4.3 million, and yeah, we're gonna be cutting it close, and might as well just hurry up and get these monies obligated, because again, we are gonna be scrambling, that's for sure. But I've been commending the Division of Economic Development and Division of Community Development. Thank you for all you do. And then the partnerships that have been collected. So right now, I, as chair of RDC, have been trying my best to bring the team together, stakeholders, every week to try to strategize, okay, what are the new issues, okay, how are we going to do the next steps, and hopes that we rectify these issues. And I'm hoping that we get the final list for the bathroom addition this coming Friday. That is the anticipated outcome. Then electric services came up again over here with power, and interior house wiring. So again, they're not for sure the kick up to them costs. That's 25th now. Nation Council, but you're not a kick. Hard to shut it. So yes, we put that back to the staff, but we have to remember that. Staff retention is another big issue where staff have been coming on board. Like right now, Taylor Draper's out the door. She's the one that has all the information. And I'm like, are we going to be back to square zero again and trying to re-educate everyone? So these thoughts, it just makes it so complex. And it's really to try to get the commitment on people from people. So I know that the division has been trying their best. And they have other priorities too, so, but not a consultant, maybe I really wish that you could, Mr. was set up to get that consultant contract going ASAP, and that should have been done by now, because we're already into almost in the third quarter into the fiscal year. So AD's handle RFP, that's to get a consultant going, so they'll take that responsibility. So again, everything is just a learn as you go basis on it. You're just throwing this, okay, you do this again, I'm glad that you're making amendments to the legislation, Articles, Simpson, and I know that there was recommendations of additional legislation, and even the home site needs got stalled, but I'm hoping that we kicked it out here with our legal counsel, and hopes that now legislation can be drafted, and I believe we've been waiting over 2 months for that. And then the TAA, so I'll on until we got that rectified, so we're supposed to get the legislation going on that, I believe that's the reason why HUA is here today. So back to honorable, also in regards to the waiver of the DD, Ms. Aprilwood, our legal counsel did clarify to RDC members that were present here during that work session, saying that as long as the environmental side is addressed, which is the art, the bio, and the survey, then an EPA, then how do we package that together? That's the reason why the two options were brought up. So we're not waiving any process. One option is under the Navigation Land Department, the other option is under HUA with their assistant through that subsidy agreement as well. So I'm hoping that we can run with the current workflow diagram on that Mr. Katsui was fortunate enough to work on from Land Department. And we'll be able to get a legislation going that will address the home site pieces, so at least we'll be in compliance in that area. So, but there's a lot of other categories that pop up, and but again, we do look for your leadership and your team there, and hopes that other areas, just let us know, and we can try to help in terms of if it's a policy issue. So back to you, Vice Chair.
I just want to share, please, spots that the salary has been before which block. Presenters, to respond and comment. Thank you. Back to the legislation, I covered one of them. Where we can have the ability, the 24 region council, the ability to move monies around within their own region. The way it is, the way the legislation is right now, which I got confirmed by DOJ this morning, is that once you create a list, also your packet in the DVD. Once you create a list, this listing was probably done, I don't know when, maybe 2 years ago. So the prices were probably lower than what it is right now. So when this list was generated, there was a number that was attached to it. Let's say for this one, again, since it's my chapter, there's a project in here for 100,000. It's probably cost more than 100,000 right now. So in the legislation that is being worked on, this delegate region has the ability to move some monies around, because some of these projects might not be feasible, so they can move that money around. The way it is right now, you have to go back to legislation. You go back to legislation and then get it approved again. The other streamline that happened was that President went ahead and said, okay, now we need the final approval. Then rather than council sent, so again, it goes to now the arbitration city, so it doesn't go to the nomination council. So that's one amendment that hopefully is in there. The number two, we know that we're going to run into shortfalls. So what is the contingency plan? What is the contingency plan? I remember when this was being put together, there was, I don't know how many million was put into contingency. Right now, there's only $500 in contingency. So, that money was moved out when this legislation was being put together. So in that legislation, we have to put some lot of money in contingency. Because of there's gonna be some project shortfall, so that might be another area where, the cost be to address the cost. Although the timeline issue, I think, I think we saw some timeline changes on some of these, projects. But, thankful that we set a timeline, because that way we have enough time to make changes. We don't, run into this, really hard deadline. Although the accessibility, so what the, consultants are doing right now is when this, legislation was put together under the project with the money. So what they're doing out there is assessing these projects, is the money enough to do a project? Whatever the, other assessment that they're doing. So ADD, the consultant, so the legislation part, it hopefully it comes up to council rules, so we can make those changes. Thank you. Response this time. Are you seeing colleagues? Do you have any other questions for presenters? The motion to accept the report. Oh, yeah, we're doing a motion in a second. At this time, let's go to the roll call. Let's start.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for accepting a report by the Division of Community Development and Division of Economic Development. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes red. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ottoso, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Ottoso votes green. Madam Chair, Vice Chair Johnson, that's 3 in favor, 1 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Mr. Tribe for a roll call vote, so thank you. Switch off the presentation and time. For excuse. Okay, at this time, I'd like to go ahead and the consensus from my RAC colleagues. We've been here, for several hours and to get your consent to adjourn this time. Motion to adjourn. Motion by Apple. Second.
Second.
Paul, second motion, any questions? Mr. Five.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC. This is roll call vote for adjournment. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ottoso, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Ottoso votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Five. We're gonna go ahead and motion carries to adjourn at 4:08 p.m.